Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 4281. If the divine might of the nine heavens had no effect on Ran Ran, then it would be difficult for Chu Yi to defeat Ran Ran. At this moment, he unleashed his golden sunwheel attack. A wave of golden light poured down on Ran Ran like a waterfall, accompanied by a frightening consciousness pressure. Ran Ran's defensive techniques were quite ordinary. She only used a grade 2 dragon martial technique, and a shadow barrier instantly appeared in front of her. Wanting to block Chu Ye's attack with this shadow barrier was simply a pipe dream. In the blink of an eye, the shadow barrier was shattered, and the wave of golden light landed on Ran Ran's slender black dragon. In that instant, Ran Ran was sent crashing into the practice arena. Chu Yi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this girl's defense was quite weak. She had been seriously injured by his divine might of the nine heavens attack. It seemed that he had won this match. Chu Yi focused his attention on Prince Cheng, who was feeling a little dizzy from the spiritual pressure. Although Prince Yen had been suppressed by his aura, he still had the ability to fight. If Chu Yi didn't defeat him, then he wouldn't have won. But at this moment, Chu Yi suddenly frowned. He lowered his head and saw that Ran Ran, who had been seriously injured by him, had once again flown up from the practice arena. She had flown up very quickly. How was it possible that she had been seriously injured? What's going on? Chu Yi was stunned. What was going on? He had clearly sensed that Ran Ran's aura had become extremely weak. But in the blink of an eye, she had recovered. This girl couldn't have cheated, could she? Had she eaten a healing pill while he wasn't paying attention? But none of the instructors in the spectator stand said anything, so she couldn't have cheated. What was going on? What Chu Yi didn't know was that even the instructors on stage were confused. Ran Ran, this little black dragon. How had she instantly recovered from her serious injuries? That was impossible. What kind of technique had she used? No one knew that Ran Ran had cultivated a high-tier origin skill, the Dark Dragon Filth Mastery. This draconic technique allowed a dragon-type martial artist's body to be like an unending stream of water. Even if they were severely injured, they could recover in an extremely short amount of time. This was the power of a high-tier origin skill. Most importantly, all of this was due to the changes in Ran Ran's body. Even the Dragon Emperor, who was much stronger than her, could not see the specific changes in her body, so they did not know what she had done. But no matter what, it was impossible for him to have cheated by consuming healing pills, because if he had consumed pills, the teachers would have been able to tell easily. So the trial continued. When Ran Ran flew up again, the void dragon raising the heavens break erupted once again. If she hadn't met Kong Shinmu and learned the void dragon raising heavenly break, her original attacks wouldn't have been able to break through Chu Ye's defenses. But now, the peak of the heaven rank void dragon sky raising break, the origin source dragon martial skill's explosive power had almost reached the limit. As soon as the dark dragon filth controlling technique allowed her to quickly recover, she immediately began to counterattack. Chu Yi didn't even have time to react before the golden barrier covering his body was struck by the 6 streaks of black light, causing it to tremble violently. Even though Ran Ran's attack was unable to break through Chu Ye's defenses, it was obvious that Ran Ran still had the strength to fight. This battle was far from over. Powerful. Prince Yen stood to the side, almost on the verge of tears. Ran Ran was too powerful. If Prince Yen had taken Chu Ye's attack head-on, he would have been severely injured even if he hadn't died. At the very least, he wouldn't have had the strength to continue fighting. However, Ran Ran had actually exploded into the air and launched a counterattack. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong with her at all. It was as if she had put on an act for everyone to see. I don't believe it. When Chu Yi saw this, he let out a fierce yell. A wave of golden light exploded forth, shooting towards Ran Ran once again. Ran Ran's defensive technique was very simple. it was still a layer of black barrier. It was a grade 2 defensive dragon martial technique. Faced with Chu Ye's attack, it obviously couldn't withstand it and immediately shattered. Unsurprisingly, Ran Ran was once again severely injured by Chu Yi. However, before anyone could react, she actually flew up and launched another attack towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi was going crazy. After a few attacks, he was almost out of energy. Even the side effects of the Nine Heavens Immortal Might were about to kick in. In the end, after attacking Ran Ran a few times, Ran Ran was actually completely unscathed. Not only was she uninjured. Most importantly, Ran Ran didn't seem to have expended much of her energy. She was still at her peak condition. The fact that Ran Ran was able to hold on until now despite being continuously injured and attacked continuously was completely beyond what an ordinary dragon martial artist could do. This girl must have some secrets. Chu Yi couldn't help but think of this. To be honest, he couldn't hold on for much longer. Especially after attacking Ran Ran twice in a row and seeing that Ran Ran was fine, Prince Cheng had also somewhat adapted to the mental pressure of the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, he also began to attack. The effect of the Nine Heavens Immortal Might was only temporary. It couldn't last for too long. When Ran Ran and Prince Cheng recovered, Chu Yi really couldn't hold on any longer. As the effect of his Nine Heavens Celestial Might became weaker and weaker, Ran Ran recovered quickly for the fourth time after he had severely injured Ran Ran 4 times. She attacked him together with Prince Ji. At this moment, Chu Ye's golden defense was finally broken. Not only that, Chu Ye's energy was almost completely depleted. The Nine Heavens Immortal Might had consumed too much of his energy, but it didn't have much of an effect. This made surrendering the next best option for him. Although I'm very unwilling, but I admit defeat. In the end, Chu Yi helplessly lowered his head to reality. There was no way he could fight. He had used all his energy on Ran Ran, but he still couldn't kill Ran Ran. Instead, she was still alive and kicking. How could he fight? His opponent had such a terrifying and mysterious ability. How could he fight? After surrendering, Chu Yi didn't have the face to stay any longer. He turned and left. This time, he had really lost face. In reality, things didn't go as he thought. Everyone's attention was now on Ran Ran. On the contrary, not many people were concerned about Chu Yi. Without a doubt, the key to Chu Ye's surrendering this time was Ran Ran. Prince Cheng was a complete bystander. He had used a little bit of energy and won inexplicably. That female dragon warrior could actually recover extremely quickly in battle. Not only could she recover from her injuries, but she could also recover her energy. This ability was simply heaven-defying. Many people guessed that her innate ability was some rare heaven-defying ability. Some people also wondered if she had cultivated some powerful dragon martial technique. However, there weren't many such guesses. Chapter 4282. The Genius Trial came to an end very quickly. Unlike the previous years, the Genius Trial this time was exceptionally exciting. The key was the appearance of Ran Ran. She almost single-handedly defeated Chu Yi, a student of Donghuang Yangwu College. This made everyone present remember this young girl. Of course, it was almost impossible for them to see Ran Ran again. After becoming a student of Donghuang Yangwu College, they were in a completely different world from the others. Donghuang Yangwu College. Ran Ran and Prince Cheng joined Donghuang Yangwu College and became students of Yaoguang District. There was no grand welcome ceremony. After all, few of the dragon martial artists who passed the Genius Trial were talented. Of course, there were some strong martial artists who were lucky, but not many. When the two of them joined Donghuang Yangwu College, only 2 tutors came to choose them. At that time, Kang Xinmu was not present. However, it was said that the two tutors wanted to take Ran Ran as their disciple and almost fought over her. In the end, Ran Ran followed a female tutor, while Prince Cheng followed a male tutor. That male tutor did not manage to get Ran Ran, so Prince Cheng would probably suffer if he followed him. After all, whenever he saw Prince Cheng, he would think of Ran Ran, who had performed extremely well in the battle. In comparison, Prince Cheng was like a salted fish. Therefore, these days, Liang Luo was suffering and happy at the same time. He was happy because he had joined Donghuang Yangwu College. From now on, he would be a higher existence. Not to mention other things, he would definitely have more cultivation resources. Even if he was the prince of a dragon emperor kingdom, the cultivation resources he received could not be compared to those in Donghuang Yangwu College. The main reason was the energy of the dragon mark. An ordinary student in Donghuang Yangwu College could obtain more dragon mark energy than a dragon emperor kingdom, even if he was just a student in Yaoguang district. As long as he entered Donghuang Yangwu College, reaching the level of the dragon emperor kingdom was almost 100%. It just depended on how long it would take. According to the average level of Donghuang Yangwu College, students could basically step into the level of the Dragon Emperor in 20 to 30 years. This was much faster than in the outside world. Originally, if Liang Luo continued to develop in his own country, he would need about 50 years to reach the level of the Dragon Emperor. Joining the Eastern Emperor Dragon Martial Academy had shortened the time by half. It could be seen how many benefits there were in joining the Eastern Emperor Dragon Martial Academy. After that, Ran Ran and Liang Luo's mentor brought them to their respective independent palaces. Of course, these two palaces were located in the Yaoguang district. They had just entered Donghuang Yangwu College, so they must be students in the Yaoguang district. If they wanted to go to the area with more dragon mark energy, they could only pass the annual competition. From now on, Ran Ran and Liang Luo were considered students of Donghuang Yangwu College. In Donghuang Yangwu College, the tutors did not play a big role, but if there were problems in cultivation, they could ask the tutors. The tutors themselves were also cultivating, constantly making progress towards the level of the Super Dragon God. Therefore, they could not guide the students at any time. They would only appear when the students encountered difficulties in cultivation or danger. However, even if the students were in danger, they would only help 3 times. Through the East Emperor seal, there were 3 opportunities to summon the tutor to their side. After 3 times, the space power contained in the East Emperor seal would disappear. If they were in danger again, the tutor would not be able to help even if he wanted to. To the other Donghuang Yangwu College students, the addition of Ran Ran and Liang Luo was not a big deal. In fact, many students did not even care about the situation of the genius trial. They only heard that a genius girl had joined Donghuang Yangwu College. After hearing it, they only replied with an "oh." To the students of Donghuang Yangwu College, each of them was in a stage of rapid improvement. They did not even have time to do training missions, so where would they find the time to pay attention to other things? However, only a few people knew that the 2 students who had joined Donghuang Yangwu College this time were on good terms with Kong Xinmu. Needless to say, Ran Ran. As for Liang Luo, because Ran Ran dragged him to join Donghuang Yangwu College, he was very grateful to Kong Xinmu. "Boss Jiang, I'll have to rely on you to protect me from now on," Liang Luo said seriously as he took the initiative to visit Kong Xinmu's palace. Kong Xinmu thought it was strange at first. This guy was a prince of the Dragon Emperor Kingdom, right? How could he be so shameless? However, Kong Xinmu soon understood why this guy was currying favor with him. Not long after Liang Luo arrived, Chu Ye's voice came from outside the palace. "Brother Jiang, I heard that Liang Luo came to your place. Brother Jiang, ask him to come out for a while. I have something to discuss with that little brother about life." No wonder, so it was his enemy who had come looking for him. Kong Xinmu glanced at Liang Luo, who was hiding behind him, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "This guy," he coughed and said calmly to the outside of the palace, "Chu Yi, I also want to talk to you about life. I heard that you had feelings for Ran Ran during the trial." As soon as he said this, Chu Ye's voice froze. After a while, he replied embarrassedly, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll leave first. We can talk about life in the future. But Liang Luo, you must come and talk to your brother Chu when you have time. Let brother Chu teach you some manners, understand?" After saying this, Chu Yi left the place as if he was fleeing. What a joke! Kong Shinmu wanted to talk to him about life. How could he beat Kong Shinmu? It was better to stay away from this kind of tough guy. Chu Yi was a little angry. He did not expect that Liang Luo would find such a strong backer as soon as he entered the academy. "When I'm stronger than that Kong Shinmu, I'll definitely beat him up." Chu Yi thought bitterly as he quickly left Kong Shinmu's palace. Not long after, Ran Ran also came to Kong Shinmu's place. At this point, the two of them could finally go through thick and thin together. Having familiar people to cooperate with on a mission would obviously increase the efficiency by a lot. In addition, there was also Liang Luo, the errand boy. But to be honest, Kong Shinmu did not really want to bring this guy along. After all, if he brought him along, he would still get a portion of the experience points, and his contribution would definitely not be 1/3. "Liang Luo, you've just arrived at Donghuang Yangwu College, so you should familiarize yourself with the academy. I won't disturb you anymore." Kong Shinmu thought for a moment and said directly to him. "Okay, thank you for your help, Boss Jiang. I'll take my leave first." Liang Luo looked ambiguously at Kong Shinmu, then at Ran Ran, and turned to leave. He was very happy now. It was obvious that Chu Yi was very afraid of Kong Shinmu, which meant that Kong Shinmu was stronger than Chu Yi. He had just arrived at Donghuang Yangwu College and he had already found such a powerful person. It was too comfortable. Chapter 4283. Kong Shinmu first brought Ran Ran to the experience stone tablet to have a look. If there was a suitable experience mission for them to do together, then they would do it together. It would definitely be more efficient. However, if there was no suitable one, he would not delay Ran Ran's cultivation. She had just entered Donghuang Yangwu College, so it was better to let her absorb some Dragon Mark energy first. Although Ran Ran had Dragon King's inherited blood essence, she had just stepped into Dragon King's level and had not improved much. In the absence of a suitable experience mission, the most important thing for her now was to absorb the Dragon Mark energy and improve the level of Dragon King's blood essence. Kong Shinmu was almost the same, however, improving the level of Dragon King's blood essence didn't increase his strength much, so Kong Shinmu put this matter aside. The key was that Kong Shinmu could use his devouring power to devour the Dragon Mark energy, and his efficiency was much faster than others. In this case, he was really not in a hurry to improve the Dragon God's blood essence. However, after walking around the experience stone tablet, he found that there were many experience missions, but none of them were suitable for them to do together. The main reason was that they were all students in the Alcade district, so the difficulty of the experience missions they could accept was limited. For Kong Shinmu, it was destined to be easy to complete. Therefore, the reward of experience points was naturally not much, and Kong Shinmu didn't care much about it. Since that was the case, he could only leave first and cultivate for a while. Experience missions wouldn't be updated in a short period of time, so he had to wait for at least a few days. Kong Shinmu returned to his palace. Ran Ran followed him to his palace. This girl actually didn't want to go back to her own palace, and planned to stay at Kong Shinmu's place. Kong Shinmu didn't say anything. It was good to cultivate together, and if there were any problems, they could communicate with each other. If there were no accidents, the two of them cultivated in two different rooms in the palace. Kong Shinmu hadn't absorbed the energy of the dragon mark for a long time. Although there was a little girl next door, if he controlled his devouring power, absorbing the dragon mark's energy wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. It was fine as long as he didn't crazily absorb it. After a period of time, Kong Shinmu began to absorb the energy of the dragon mark. Ever since his divine dragon blood essence reached the level of Dragon King, it had not improved much. Even now, it was still at the level of Dragon King. As for Chu Yi and the others, their Dragon King level inherited blood essence had basically reached the peak of the first level. There was a bottleneck for every 10% increase in blood essence. Therefore, it was basically leveling up according to the 10 levels. The instructors were all Dragon Emperor level 5 and above. The Dragon Emperors outside were basically all below the 5th level. For example, Dragon Emperor Yen was only at the peak of the first level, unable to break through. On one hand, the dragon mark did not have enough energy. On the other hand, his talent was limited. There was nothing he could do about it. If he did not have enough talent, he could break through if he had enough dragon mark energy. However, that condition was almost impossible for the Yen Dragon Emperor to fulfill. Of course, compared to the level of the divine dragon blood essence, the effect of raising one level was too weak. For example, Dragon Emperor Yen, even if he broke through to the second level of Dragon Emperor blood essence, his strength would not change much. At most, he would be slightly stronger. Therefore, Kong Shinmu would not consider anything for Dragon Emperor Yen. Others' cultivation depended on themselves. Kong Shinmu himself only had Dragon King. Originally, when he was at the level of Dragon King, he had absorbed some of the Dragon Mark's energy and improved a lot. However, when he returned to Dragon Emperor Yen last time, Kong Shinmu had transferred a lot of Dragon Mark's energy to Xiaofan. There was not much Dragon Mark's energy left in his body. I have been busy improving my strength. I should absorb more of this Dragon Mark's energy. I wonder how fast Ran Ran is absorbing the Dragon Mark's energy. With her talent, it shouldn't be too slow. But if she absorbs too slowly, I can help. Kong Shinmu thought to himself and quickly shook his head. He would wait for Ran Ran to absorb the Dragon Mark's energy and see the effect. He began to absorb the Dragon Mark's energy. Although he did not use much devouring power, his efficiency in absorbing the Dragon Mark's energy was much higher than that of ordinary dragon warriors. At least 2 or 3 times faster. Therefore, absorbing the Dragon Mark's energy for 1 day was equivalent to others absorbing for 2 or 3 days. If he absorbed for 1 month, it was equivalent to others absorbing for 2 or 3 months. Therefore, he only needed to use 1/3 of the time to absorb the Dragon Mark's energy. He could absorb faster, but if he did, the flow of Dragon Mark's energy around him would easily arouse suspicion. If he was not in a hurry, there was no need to rush. For the next 2 months, Kong Shinmu had been absorbing the Dragon Mark's energy. During this period, he also took Ran Ran to see the experience Stone Steel. Unfortunately, there were no good experience missions to take on, so he did not go out. The next academy tournament will begin in about 3 months. Kong Shinmu thought to himself. At this time, he had been absorbing the Dragon Mark's energy for 2 months, which was equivalent to an ordinary dragon warrior absorbing for half a year. His Dragon King level blood essence had finally broken through twice and reached the 3rd level. During these 2 breakthroughs, Kong Shinmu almost did not encounter any bottlenecks. When the devouring power absorbed enough Dragon Mark's energy, the grade of his divine dragon blood essence would naturally improve. I wonder when I will encounter a bottleneck? Kong Shinmu was a little puzzled. Every dragon warrior encountered a different level of bottleneck. It depended on talent and luck. Some dragon warriors had excellent luck and talent, and almost all the way to the level of Dragon Emperor, they would not encounter any bottlenecks. And some dragon warriors, not to mention the Dragon King level, even when they were at the Sky Dragon level, they would encounter bottlenecks. However, because the Sky Dragon level was not divided into Dragon King and Dragon Emperor levels, the bottlenecks in the Sky Dragon level were not fixed. It was a good thing that Kang Xinmu did not encounter any bottlenecks. Similarly, Ran Ran did not encounter any bottlenecks either. After these 2 months of cultivation, she directly rushed to the second level of Dragon King blood essence. Brother Jiang, how can you absorb so fast? I am only at the second level, and you are already at the third level. Ran Ran was very depressed about this. It was too unfair. Was Kang Xinmu better than her in everything? How could she keep up with Kang Xinmu's pace in the future? Come to my room tonight. Kang Xinmu thought about it and said this to Ran Ran. That night, Kang Xinmu used the devouring power to transfer some of the Dragon Mark's energy to Ran Ran. This speed was more than 100 times faster than Ran Ran's own cultivation. Of course, the Dragon Mark's energy in Kang Xinmu's body was also limited. Soon, he transferred the Dragon Mark's energy that exceeded the third level of Dragon King to Ran Ran. And Ran Ran, in one night, reached the peak of the second level of Dragon King blood essence. Chapter 4284. Unfortunately, this kind of transmission could not be carried out forever. Kang Xinmu also needed time to devour the energy of the Dragon Mark. The Dragon Mark energy consumed to transmit to Ran Ran that night was equivalent to what he had absorbed for half a month. Of course, the Dragon Mark energy he absorbed for half a month was equivalent to the amount others absorbed for about 2 months. Therefore, he used his own trial to transmit to Ran Ran so that their overall strength could be improved faster. In this way, they could go on some more difficult training missions together. Soon, 3 months had passed since Ran Ran joined Donghuang Yangwu College. Her Dragon King inheritance blood essence finally broke through to the third level. Like Kang Xinmu, she did not encounter any bottlenecks in the first 2 levels. At the same time, she did not improve much in other aspects. Kang Xinmu and her Dragon King inheritance blood essence directly broke through to the third level. Their progress was not small, but the increase in strength was not particularly obvious. It only increased their combat strength by about 30%. The strength of their talent was 30% stronger than before. In many cases, it did not affect the outcome of the battle. This year's school competition is coming. It's time to let Ran Ran improve her strength. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. Therefore, even if there were some less efficient training missions, he had to take them with Ran Ran and complete them. Some training missions were slightly more difficult and rewarded slightly more, but they were basically the type that required many people to search, like the mission in the underground karst cave. For Kang Xinmu, this kind of mission was not efficient enough to complete. Instead, it was easy to fail because he could not find the target. Among the missions that students in the Alcade district could accept, there were many solo training missions that Ran Ran could complete alone. Of course, she could not choose anymore. There were still more than 2 months left. She would improve as much as she could. Kang Xinmu had reached the final sprint stage. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to deceive others and prevent the Divine Dragon's blood essence from improving too quickly in the future, Kang Xinmu didn't even bother to absorb the Dragon Mark's energy. In any case, in the Alcade district, absorbing the Dragon Mark's energy was too slow and inefficient. However, if Kang Xinmu broke through too quickly in the future, it would be too eye-catching, which was not very appropriate. Therefore, before this academy competition, he had to improve a little first. Next, it was time for the experience mission. If there was a suitable experience mission, Kang Xinmu would go with Ran Ran. Otherwise, they would split up and complete some experience missions to accumulate experience points. Then, he would use these experience points to exchange for cultivation resources and increase his strength. Right now, Kang Xinmu's cultivation had been stuck at the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm for a long time. After such a long time, his strength had finally accumulated enough strength. As long as he improved a step further, he would be able to break through to the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation stage. Once he broke through, Kang Shinmu's strength would skyrocket. It wasn't as simple as raising the Dragon King's blood essence by 2 levels. Raising the cultivation realm by 1 level would at least increase the strength of one's talent by more than 50%. Moreover, the increase in the cultivation realm was a comprehensive improvement, which had a great impact on one's combat strength. Just a month before the Academy competition, Kang Shinmu once again returned to the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty to break through. With his current strength, defeating ordinary Nirvana beasts was a piece of cake and there was no difficulty at all. But now, he had reached the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, which was the middle level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. At this stage, it wasn't that simple to raise the cultivation realm. After defeating the first Nirvana beast, a second Nirvana beast would appear. This Nirvana beast was an extremely powerful existence. Only a cultivator of the same level with stronger combat strength could defeat it. If one only wanted to break through the cultivation realm, it would be enough to defeat a Nirvana beast and absorb its Nirvana power to increase the strength of one's Nirvana power. However, if one defeated the second Nirvana beast and absorbed its Nirvana power, the Dragon Martial Artist's Nirvana power would become even more condensed. This kind of Dragon Martial Artist was the strongest among those of the same level. Only a Dragon Martial Artist who had condensed Nirvana power would possess the strongest combat strength. Breaking through from the 4th level to the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm was the first opportunity to condense Nirvana power. Kang Shinmu naturally wouldn't let it go. 3 days later, he returned from the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. His aura was completely different from before. His Nirvana devouring power had finally condensed once. The breakthrough in his cultivation realm had caused the strength of his Nirvana energy to skyrocket by 50%. Furthermore, the Nirvana energy that had been condensed once again skyrocketed by another 50%. In other words, Jiang Shenwu's current strength had doubled compared to before his breakthrough. Breaking through once was equivalent to an ordinary Dragon Martial Artist breaking through twice. Condensing Nirvana energy was not something that could be done so easily. The second Nirvana beast wouldn't appear if one wasn't strong enough. It mainly depended on the time it took to defeat the first Nirvana beast. As long as the speed of defeating the first Nirvana beast was fast enough, the second Nirvana beast would appear. The strength of this second Nirvana beast came from the void. No one knew where it came from, but its strength was extremely terrifying. Compared to Kang Shinmu, the strength of the second Nirvana beast that he killed was comparable to the 7th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, or even the 8th level of the Dragon King's blood essence. Although it wasn't too difficult for Kang Shinmu to deal with it, it was almost an invincible existence for others. One must know that this was only a beast that had broken through to the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Currently, among the students of Donghuang Yangwu College in the Alcade district, no matter who it wouldn't be a problem for them to defeat the beast that Kang Shinmu had just defeated. But one must know that among the students in the Alcade district, who was still at the 4th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm? They were at least at the 6th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and at most, they were at the 7th or 8th level. When they broke through, the strength of the second Nirvana beast that appeared was at least at the Rebirth Tribulation realm. It wasn't on the same level. Therefore, even in Donghuang Yangwu College, Dragon Martial Artists that could condense Nirvana power were extremely rare. Although Kang Shinmu was only at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, in the Alcade district, no one was his match. Even if all the students in the Alcade district attacked him together, he wouldn't be afraid. Because he was a body-refining Dragon Martial Artist. As long as the opponent's attack couldn't break through his defense, what was there for him to be afraid of? At this moment, Kang Shinmu was full of confidence in himself. In the upcoming academy competition, he had to at least defeat the students of Yuheng District and head to Yuheng District to cultivate. If possible, he would also challenge the students of Migres district and try to head to Migres district. Chapter 4285. There was still about a month before the Academy tournament. All the students of Donghuang Yangwu College were preparing for the competition, including Emperor Qin, who was defeated by Yu Tiansheng from the Tianshu district last year. After a year of hiding his strength, he would definitely challenge others and return to the Tianshu district. Of course, he would not challenge Yu Tiansheng. His chances of winning would be too low. In order to cultivate fast enough, he would challenge the other two in the Tianshu district. But this level of things had little to do with Kang Xinmu. Even if it was not the most core Tianshu district, even if it was the slightly more peripheral Tianxian district and Tianji district, most of the students who could cultivate there were Dragon Emperor level of inherited blood essence. Although the difference between 1 or 2 levels of Dragon King's blood essence was not big, once he broke through and transformed into a Dragon Emperor, the difference would be big. In Donghuang Yangwu College, it was rare for a Dragon Emperor to be defeated by a Dragon King. Everyone was gearing up for the school competition. And Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran continued to seize the time to improve. After breaking through to the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, Kang Xinmu's combat power skyrocketed. There was no challenge for him to go to the Alcade district again. But he still had to get the experience points, and no one came to ask him to do the task now. Although he had completed a mission with Luo Han and Su Qin before, they did not feel that Kang Xinmu was too strong at that time. Many of the Yuheng district's missions required direct combat power. So they did not ask Kang Xinmu to go with them. Kang Xinmu did not think too much about it. He was originally in the Alcade district. Last time he followed the other party, he had already gained a lot of experience points. Now he felt too embarrassed to go with them again. Anyway, there was still a month before the school competition. After the competition, he would improve himself. At that time, there would be a lot more missions for him to choose from. During the last month of preparation, Kang Xinmu did not cultivate anything else. He just continued to consolidate his Chaos Dragon body. He had used up all the experience points he had earned recently to break through to the 5th level. It was impossible for Kang Xinmu to improve too much in a month. So, Kang Xinmu mainly rested and consolidated his Chaos Dragon body. The consolidation of the Chaotic Dragon body increased the defense of his Divine Dragon body by a lot. As Kang Xinmu's Nirvana force had increased in intensity, the might of his various dragon martial techniques had also increased. During this period of time, he had to familiarize himself with it, in case he lost the battle due to poor control. Of course, the key was Kang Xinmu recalled the last time he challenged Lin Yuji, and he might not have lost. In the end, the Dean, Zhuo Xiaofan, had secretly helped Lin Yuji improve, which led to his defeat. Will Dean Zhuo Xiaofan make a move this time? Kang Xinmu was deep in thought. Obviously, Zhuo Xiaofan had designs on Yu Tianchang, and Yu Tianchang was quite close to Kang Xinmu. That was why Zhuo Xiaofan targeted Kang Xinmu. However, in the past year, Yu Tianchang had not looked for Kang Xinmu much. Perhaps it was because of this. If Zhuo Xiaofan really had designs on Kang Xinmu, then Kang Xinmu would not be able to escape. Why did they let such a person become the dean? Kang Xinmu could not figure it out. This guy was too disgusting. As a super divine dragon, he had secretly arranged for an insignificant dragon king, a student who had just entered Donghuang Yangwu College. His luck was really bad. He had just entered Donghuang Yangwu College, and he had encountered a change of dean. It was said that the original dean was very good to the students. In any case, he had no way to fight against an existence like the super divine dragon, nor could he get in touch with people of a higher level than Zhuo Xiaofan. It would be great if I could meet the Dragon of Tribulation and report what Zhuo Xiaofan had done. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu was just thinking about it. the Dragon of Tribulation was a real supreme divine dragon. It was said that it had something to do with the establishment of Donghuang Yangwu College. The entire Donghuang Yangwu College was used by the Dragon of Tribulation to train the super divine dragon. Kang Xinmu was just an insignificant dragon king now. It was almost impossible for him to meet the Dragon of Tribulation. If Xiaofan still targets me, then there's nothing I can do. Kang Xinmu shook his head. If he relied on his strength, he could at least enter Yuheng district in this college competition. However, if Xiaofan targeted him, it would be hard to say what the result would be. Kang Xinmu could not deal with this matter now. If something similar happened again, he might have to find another way out. If he continued to stay in Donghuang Yangwu College, not only would he not be able to stand out in the competition, his life would also be in danger. A month later, the college competition was finally about to begin. The students of Donghuang Yangwu College were all gearing up to show their skills. The college competition was not just a simple competition. It was related to the allocation of resources for the next year. The energy in the college's dragon mark was limited. The more central the area, the richer the dragon mark's energy was. If one cultivated there, the quality of the divine dragon's blood would increase faster. All the students wanted to go to the central area to cultivate. However, the more central the area, the fewer people could be accommodated. Therefore, the allocation of resources could only be decided by strength. Many students could only cultivate in the Yaoguang district after joining Donghuang Yangwu College for decades. This meant that it was very difficult to get more resources. Yu Tiansheng still did not come to Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu also put her at the back of his mind. It was impossible for him to have any interaction with Yu Tiansheng now. He even had to worry about Dean Xiaofang's revenge. On the day of the college competition, Kang Xinmu went to the martial arts forum with Ran Ran, Qin Fengyu, and Lu Hua. A year has passed unknowingly. Qin Fengyu was a little emotional. Kang Xinmu, you've been in the college for more than a year. You've made great progress, much faster than we did back then. Lu Hua smiled and asked Kang Xinmu, Shenwu, which cultivation area do you think you can enter this year? They did not know much about Kang Xinmu's strength. They only knew that Kang Xinmu had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Ordinary 5th level Nirvana Tribulation Realm students could forget about leaving the Yaoguang district. They could only stay there obediently. It was only because Lu Hua was confident in Jiang Shenwu and knew that the latter's strength far surpassed his own cultivation that she would ask such a question. Kang Xinmu shook his head and said, I don't know either. I plan to challenge the seniors in the Yuheng district first. In the college competition, each person only had one chance to challenge. He planned to observe the situation first, mainly to see how strong the students in the Migres district were. Yaoguang was 7th, Mizar was 6th. Yuheng was 5th, Migres was 4th. Chapter 4286. Kang Xinmu and the others arrived at the martial arts plaza where the academy competition was being held. Many people glanced at Ran Ran. After all, she was a new face and had never appeared before. Apparently, she was a student who had entered through the genius trials. Elder Jiang, we finally meet again. At this moment, a joyful voice rang out. Immediately after, a figure could be seen rushing over from afar. Not long after, that figure stood before Jiang Shenwu. This person was Prince Liang Liang, who had joined Donghuang Yangwu College with Ran Ran. In the past few months, this kid had been busy cultivating and completing missions everywhere. He was extremely diligent. After all, he had not entered Donghuang Yangwu College through the proper channels, so he worked even harder than the others. There were even some missions that he could not complete alone, and he had to complete them even if he had to risk his life. He had been seriously injured several times. The results of this kind of hard work were quite shocking. In such a short period of time, this person had broken through a tier, and apparently had even exchanged for a dragon origin martial technique to cultivate. Although it was only a low-tier origin martial technique, to be able to achieve this in such a short period of time was not a simple matter. This kid would not stay within Donghuang Yangwu College, mainly because he was afraid that Chu Yi would make trouble for him. But this annual academy competition was something he had to watch. After all, this was related to whether or not he would be able to obtain more dragon mark energy in the future to increase the grade of his divine dragon blood essence. Students who joined Donghuang Yangwu College usually had two paths. One was to go out less, cultivate more, and absorb more dragon mark energy to increase the grade of the divine dragon so that they could reach the level of the Dragon Emperor as quickly as possible. This type of dragon warrior students was generally weaker in battle. Before they reached the level of the Dragon Emperor, they could only cultivate in the Alcade district. Those with good talent could reach that level in a few years. Even those with poor talent could only do so in 20 or 30 years. Then, when they reached the level of the Dragon Emperor, their battle strength would increase greatly, and they would be able to rush to the more advanced districts to cultivate. If the outermost Alcade district's dragon mark energy density was 100, then the 6th district's Mizar district's dragon mark energy density was 120. The 5th region, the Yuheng region, had a density of 140, and the Migres region had a density of 170. He had to reach at least the first 3 regions for the dragon mark's energy to be twice as rich as the Alcade region. This was also the reason why many dragon martial artists were too lazy to increase their combat strength in the early stages. Normal students, no matter how talented they were, would have to constantly complete missions to exchange for mid-tier origin skills or even high-tier origin skills. It would take them at least 10 years. This was the only way he could cultivate in the more advanced areas before the divine dragon blood reached the level of the Dragon Emperor. However, if that was the case, they might as well break through to the Dragon Emperor first, and then go on the training mission. It would be much more efficient. Moreover, it didn't mean that these students who focused on absorbing the dragon mark's energy didn't have any combat strength. They didn't have the possibility of challenging the deeper regions. Although they didn't complete many training missions, when they cultivated normally, their cultivation base would increase. Even if they relied on natural growth and didn't rely on natural treasures, they could still break through. At most, they would break through once every few years. That way, they would increase the quality of the divine dragon blood essence, and their strength would also increase. However, they wouldn't be as extreme as Kang Xinmu and the others. As for Kang Xinmu, he was a different type. Yu Tianchang and Lin Yuji were the same. They were the same as Kang Xinmu, choosing to increase their own strength first, and then wait until they reached the deeper regions to cultivate before slowly absorbing the dragon mark's energy and increasing the quality of the divine dragon blood essence. It was hard to say which of the two paths was stronger or weaker. But generally speaking, those who chose the same path as Kang Xinmu were genius dragon martial artists. They were all geniuses who were confident that they could increase their combat strength explosively in a short period of time, and then head to the deeper regions to cultivate. Originally, none of the students of Donghuang Yangwu College were mediocre. But those who chose this path were obviously geniuses who were more talented than ordinary geniuses. Without enough talent, choosing this path was courting death. Not only would their combat strength not increase, but they also wouldn't be able to go to the deeper regions to cultivate. Even the quality of the divine dragon blood essence would fall behind. One should know that while absorbing the dragon mark's energy, one's cultivation base could increase. But when completing the training missions, one couldn't absorb the dragon mark's energy. At this moment, Kang Xinmu looked at Liang Luo, who was in front of him, with mixed feelings. This guy worshipped him so much that he chose the same path as him when he entered. He actually chose to do training missions instead of absorbing the dragon mark's energy and increasing the quality of the divine dragon blood essence. Fine, let him do as he pleases. Kang Xinmu shook his head. No matter what others chose, it was their business. He only hoped that Liang Luo wouldn't regret it. But looking at his drive, he was also more hardworking than the other students. In the future, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rise to the middle level of Donghuang Yanggu College. But he didn't know where the upper limit was. At least in Kang Xinmu's opinion, he, Ran, Yu Tianchang, Lin Yuji, and the others were likely to become Super Shenron students in the future. As for Liang Luo, even if he couldn't become a Super Shenron, if he could join Donghuang Yanggu College and return to Great Liang Dragon Country in the future, he could also make Great Liang Dragon Country stronger. There was no doubt about it. Kang Xinmu nodded at Liang Luo and didn't say anything. He looked toward the martial arts symposium. Soon, he saw that familiar figure again. Xiaofan. That long-haired man once again descended on Donghuang Yanggu College. Usually, Xiaofan wouldn't appear at all. Only at this time and on some special days would he appear in front of the students. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Kang Xinmu felt that after Xiaofan appeared, his eyes had swept over him several times. Could it be that this guy still has ideas about me? Kang Xinmu thought to himself, feeling a little nervous. If he was targeted by Xiaofan again, it wouldn't be good. Today, Xiaofan didn't waste any more words. After announcing the start of this year's academy competition, the first to go up was Emperor Qin. Last year, Emperor Qin was defeated by Yu Tianchang and fell to the 2nd Tianxian district to cultivate. This year, he made a comeback because he wanted to return to the Heavenly Center district. As everyone expected, Emperor Qin didn't choose to challenge Yu Tianchang. Instead, he challenged another person in the Heavenly Center district. Those who could cultivate in the Heavenly Center district are the top 3 super students in the entire Donghuang Yanggu College. They were basically all experts who had inherited the essence blood of the Dragon Emperor and had cultivated to the 4th or even the 5th level. And most importantly, their combat power was extremely strong. Almost everyone knew high-tier origin skills, and they had cultivated them to an extremely high level. If Kang Xinmu were to fight with such an opponent, he would probably be killed in a single exchange. Chapter 4287. In the end, Emperor Qin won. Before Yu Tianshang's rise, Emperor Qin was the top student of Donghuang Yanggu College. Even if he was defeated by Yu Tianshang for a year, he could still enter the Divine Center district the next year. However, he still didn't dare to challenge Yu Tianshang this year, so his momentum fell. It would be difficult for him to surpass Yu Tianshang in the future. Kang Xinmu and the others came to watch the battle today, and they gained a lot. And today was not the only battle between the Jade District and the Divine Center District. There were 3 from the Divine Center District and 7 from the Jade District. Among the 7 people, apart from Emperor Qin who succeeded in his challenge, the other 3 people all stood out to challenge once. Naturally, the one they challenged was the other person apart from Yu Tianshang and Emperor Qin, Lu Xingshu. This person was not weak. He was challenged by 3 people in a row and won all of them with ease. This was because Xiaofan would increase his strength by 20% every time he accepted a challenge. After 3 consecutive defeats, no one challenged him anymore. As for Yu Tianshang and Emperor Qin, who would have the time to challenge them? There was no chance of winning at all, so there was no need to waste time. After 4 battles, today's challenges were over. In general, for Kang Xinmu, he gained a lot from watching these 4 battles. After all, it was a battle at the level of the Dragon Emperor. The main thing was that the 2 sides were evenly matched. There was a gap, but they were still at the same level, so the battles were quite fierce. Kang Xinmu gained a lot from using the original dragon technique, the power of nirvana, and the power of reincarnation. Kang Xinmu watched the battles every day and didn't miss a single one. On the second day, 9 students from the Jade District challenged 7 students from the Jade District. There were a total of 7 battles, which were more intense than the challenge between the Jade District and the Divine Center District. 2 of the challenges were successful, and 2 students from the Jade District successfully entered the Jade District to cultivate. Although the gap between the latter districts was not big, the gap between the dragon mark energy of the first 3 districts was quite large, even calculated in multiples. The concentration of dragon mark energy in the first place was at least 3 times that of the Tianxian district. And the Merak district was twice the size of the Fekta district. After entering the Fekta zone, the difference wasn't that great. The deeper they went, the denseness of the dragon mark's energy only increased by 20 to 30%. I have to enter the Fekta zone as soon as possible. Kang Xinmu thought. Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta were the 3 inner regions where the true dragon mark energy was concentrated. It could even be said that these 3 areas were the core areas of Donghuang Yangwu College. The other areas were only using the dragon mark energy that leaked from these 3 areas. One could well imagine how great the gap between them was. The Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta regions could accommodate 19 people in total. 3 from the Dubhe district, 7 from the Merak district, and 9 from the Fekta district. In other words, Kang Xinmu had to reach the top 19 among the hundreds of Donghuang Yangwu College students. And to achieve this, he had to have the blood essence of the divine dragon at the level of the Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for those students. Among those students, there were even reincarnation tribulations realm cultivators, and the quality of the divine dragon's blood essence was basically at the 2nd or 3rd level. Kang Xinmu couldn't compare to their combat strength. Therefore, the battle between the Migres district and the Fekta district was the most important thing for Kang Xinmu. He wanted to know how strong the students of the Migres district were. Then, when the Migres district challenged the Fekta district, Kang Xinmu found that there was a big gap between the students of the Migres district and the Fekta district. The strong ones of the Migres district could challenge the Fekta district, and one of them even won and entered the Fekta district to cultivate. But the weak ones of the Migres district were not only far behind the students of the Fekta district, but also had to worry about being challenged by the students of the Yuheng district. There were a total of 15 people in the Migres district, and none of them was weak. But the weakest among them was an expert at the level of the Dragon Emperor, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. This level caused Kang Xinmu to ponder. Could he deal with them? The answer was no. The gap between the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon King was too big. It was no wonder that some students were willing to absorb the Dragon Mark's energy for 10 or 20 years, in order to become the Dragon Emperor as quickly as possible. If Kang Xinmu didn't become the Dragon Emperor, he would probably have to be at the same level to fight them, which was the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. And the current Kang Xinmu had just stepped into the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and was too far away from the peak of the 9th level. In fact, Kang Xinmu's combat strength was already very strong. Many students who had joined Donghuang Yangwu College for 10 years might not be able to match up to Kang Xinmu's current combat strength. The 5th Yuheng district, after the Migres district, was the district where Luo Han and Su Qin were previously at. In fact, the average combat strength of the students in the Yuheng district was relatively strong. Among the 15 people in the Yuheng district, there were only 4 or 5 students that Kang Xinmu could possibly defeat, and 2 of them were Luo Han and Su Qin. And when Luo Han and Su Qin were on the training mission, the combat strength they displayed was definitely not inferior to the current Kang Xinmu, but their perception was slightly weaker. In fact, Kang Xinmu himself didn't know why his perception had become stronger. The Nightmare Ink beast had been hiding around him, but he hadn't sensed it at all. It could be seen that the Nightmare Ink beast's concealment ability was very strong. Looks like I can only challenge the Yuheng district. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. The students in the Yuheng district had already stepped into the ranks of the Dragon Emperor, but their cultivation levels weren't very high. These were all geniuses who had become Dragon Emperor at a young age, so it was normal that their cultivation levels weren't high. Basically, they were at the 7th or 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. It was just that they had inherited the essence blood of the Dragon Emperor level, so they were much stronger than the others. Kang Xinmu felt that it wasn't very safe for him to fight against opponents of this level. But below the Yuheng district, there were some Dragon King students who mainly focused on increasing their strength. They were opponents that he could challenge. These students were all at the 9th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and their Dragon King level essence blood had only cultivated to around the 4th or 5th level. With such an opponent, Kang Xinmu felt that he could still give it a try. As for whether he could win or not, he could only fight and see. At least when the students from the Yuheng district challenged the Migres district, Kang Xinmu didn't feel that there was too much of a problem. After all, he was now at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and had even condensed the Nirvana power once. His strength was much stronger than the dragon martial artists of the same level. The next day was the day to challenge the students from the Yuheng district. It didn't necessarily have to be the challenge in the Kaiyang district. Even the students from the Yaoguang district could challenge, but usually, very few students would do so. Only a genius like Yu Tianchang was able to cross regions to challenge experts and win. And this time, Kang Xinmu stood out and wanted to challenge the experts from the Yuheng district from the Yaoguang district. Chapter 4288. When Kang Xinmu stood out, many people were incomparably shocked. Didn't this kid just enter Donghuang Yangwu College last year? Last year he even participated in the competition and challenged Kaiyang District's Lin Yuji, but lost. This year he actually became so arrogant, and wanted to challenge Yuheng District students? But some people were shocked, and some were not surprised. Among them included Su Qin, Luo Han, and Chu Yi and the others. The students who were close to Kang Xinmu would know that in the past year, Kang Xinmu's strength had increased extremely rapidly. In a short period of time, he had already achieved an improvement that others might not be able to achieve in years. Adding on Kang Xinmu's talent, challenging Yuheng District students could also be said to be challenging himself. But Luo Han and Su Qin were somewhat nervous, not knowing who Kang Xinmu would choose as his opponent. The two of them definitely did not have the strength to challenge Migres District students. So they were still Yuheng District students. If Kang Xinmu were to challenge them, would they be able to win? After all, they had trained with Kang Xinmu before, and knew that Kang Xinmu was very skilled in sensing. They were not very clear about other things. But thinking about it, it wouldn't be too bad. I wonder what level this kid's cultivation has reached recently. They saw that Kang Xinmu had already broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and knew that if they underestimated Kang Xinmu, even if they won in the end, they would still suffer a great loss. And the facts proved that Kang Xinmu did not choose the two of them as his opponents, even though they were the two weakest in Yuheng District. After all, they had once brought Kang Xinmu along to complete a training mission, allowing him to obtain many experience points. This caused Kang Xinmu's heart to lean towards them, and naturally he would not go up to challenge them. If he won, wouldn't it cause them to fall from Yuheng District back to Yaoguang District? Even if they challenged back to Kaiyang District tomorrow, the loss wouldn't be too great, but they would still feel uncomfortable. After all, they had brought Kang Xinmu along to train before. Not only was Kang Xinmu not grateful, but he even challenged them. Although many people would not care about old friendships during the academy tournament, Kang Xinmu would not do so. I challenge Chu Qingyun. Kang Xinmu stood up and directly announced the name of the opponent he wanted to challenge. When he shouted these words, everyone's expression changed. Chu Qingyun was one of the weaker students in the Alioth region. He did not expect that he would be targeted by Kang Xinmu. When this name was shouted by Kang Xinmu, there was an uproar. Kang Xinmu even noticed from the corner of his eyes that the long-haired dean, Xiaofan, was also looking at him with a gleam in his eyes. Looks like this guy still holds a grudge against me. Jiang Shenwu's heart skipped a beat, feeling a little cold. Come on up. Chu Qingyun was challenged, but he would not be afraid. As one of the weakest students in the Alioth region, it was normal for him to be challenged. It was just that he did not expect that Kang Xinmu would challenge him. He did not know much about Kang Xinmu. He had only heard a little about him from a friend. It seemed that this kid had some relationship with Yu Tianshang. As for Kang Xinmu's combat strength. Sorry, as a student of the Alioth region, no matter how weak he was, there was no need for him to take the initiative to pay attention to a new student of the Alcade region. But he did not expect that Kang Xinmu would dare to challenge him. This made him a little surprised, but also a little excited. This kid dares to challenge me. If I defeat him, won't I be able to communicate with Yu Tianshang? He looked at Kang Xinmu. There was no ripple on the surface, but his heart was rippling. As for Yu Tianshang, who among the students of the Donghuang Yangwu College did not have any thoughts. In this school tournament, they did not even see Yu Tianshang's shadow, because no one challenged her. When Yu Tianshang did not go on stage, she was very low-key. Although she would come to the martial arts forum, she would not appear in front of others. This made many people disappointed, including Chu Qingyun. But Chu Qingyun thought that since Kang Xinmu and Yu Tianshang had some relationship, then Yu Tianshang would definitely pay attention to this match, right? Paying attention to this match also meant paying attention to him, Chu Qingyun. Although it was not a big deal to pay attention to a little, it was still an honor for him to be noticed by the goddess. Kang Xinmu went on stage and did not look at the high and mighty Xiaofan. This Xiaofan would not go so far as to break the rules and stop him from challenging students of the Alioth region. At most, he would play some tricks in the battle. If it was really impossible, Kang Xinmu would not force it. After this tournament, it was time to find another way out. Apparently, on the Dragon Martial Continent, there was not only one Dragon Martial Academy that cultivated divine dragons, but a total of 4. There was one in the north, south, east, and west. Previously, Kang Xinmu had investigated that the Dark Dragon Filth Mastery Technique should be a high-tier origin skill from the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. This made Kang Xinmu feel that Ran Ran's background was related to the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. But according to Ran Ran's memories, at the time, her parents were being pursued. Who knew if they were being pursued by the people from the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy? Thus, Kang Xinmu could not rashly bring her back to the Northern Desolate Dragon Martial Academy. Perhaps he could go to another academy? Of course, this was only a last resort. As long as there was a chance, Kang Xinmu was not willing to leave Donghuang Yangwu Academy. After all, the Dragon Emperor's empire was located in the east, and the Eastern Emperor Academy was the closest to the Dragon Emperor's empire. In addition, Kang Xinmu had many friends at Donghuang Yangwu Academy, including Chu Yi, Qin Fengyu, Lu Hua, Yu Tianchang, and Lin Yuji. Even his instructor, Chu Yueqiang, was there. Although Chu Yueqiang had not interacted with him much, she had helped him a lot. He could not forget her friendship. With so many friends at Donghuang Yangwu Academy, unless he was forced into a corner, he would not leave Donghuang Yangwu Academy. On the martial sparring plaza, Kang Xinmu shook his head. There was no point in thinking too much. Let's fight first. If he could defeat Chu Qingyun and enter the Yuheng district, there would be no need for him to leave. No matter how powerful Xiaofan was, he could not secretly kill him, right? He had to cultivate at Donghuang Yangwu Academy first. Kang Xinmu. After going on stage, Kang Xinmu first reported his name. I know. Chu Qingyun was expressionless. He held 2 long spear dragon weapons in each of his hands. These two dragon weapons were the strongest heaven-grade dragon weapons, and they were a set. Obviously, Chu Qingyun had already exchanged for these two long spear dragon weapons through training missions. The existence of these two dragon weapons allowed his combat power to completely crush ordinary dragon martial artists of the same level. Chu Qingyun, Dragon King's Divine Dragon Blood Essence Level 7, Nirvana Tribulation Level 8, cultivated a considerable number of origin dragon martial techniques and cultivated them to the highest level. Such an existence would be a first-class powerhouse in the outside world, invincible among those of the same level. Chapter 4289. The challenge began. Genius students were everywhere on the martial arts arena. At this moment, all of them were paying attention to Kang Xinmu's challenge. Cross-district challenge. This kind of thing was very rare. The last time a cross-district challenge appeared was when Yu Tianchang started. At that time, Yu Tianchang had only been at Donghuang Yangwu College for less than 10 years, and she was already a student of the Yuheng district. In the school competition that year, Yu Tianchang, as a student of the Yuheng district, challenged a student of the Tianji district and won. That year was the year of Yu Tianchang's rise, which created a legend for her. Within a few years, she directly became one of the top 3 in the Tianshu district. Moreover, she challenged Emperor Qin, who was originally the strongest, and replaced him. In contrast, this time, Kang Xinmu challenged the Yuheng district from the Yaoguang district. Although this cross-district challenge was of a lower level, it was obviously more difficult. Because the slowest progress of students was when they first joined Donghuang Yangwu College. In the Yuheng district, students with high talent and strong combat ability would progress much faster than other students. Leaving aside the specific reason, it was obvious that Kang Xinmu challenged the Yuheng district from the Yaoguang district was extremely rare. It might not even happen once in 100 years. It could be said that such a challenge was basically a waste of an opportunity. There was a huge gap in strength between the students of the Yuheng district and the students of the Kaiyang district. Not to mention compared to the Yaoguang district. Was Kang Xinmu serious about challenging Chu Qingyun? Or was he just trying to attract attention? But it was useless to attract attention. In Donghuang Yangwu College, being high-profile was useless. Only strength represented everything. Who would win this battle? In a nearby cloud, Yu Tianchang was also secretly watching the match. However, her attention was mostly on Dean Xiaofan. When Kang Xinmu stepped onto the stage, the challenge began. The moment Xiaofan announced the start of the battle, Yu Tianchang observed carefully. In just a moment, her face became a little gloomy. Sure enough, Xiaofan had done something. Chu Qingyun's strength had been increased by 20%. Even Chu Qingyun himself discovered this point. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. A 20% increase in strength, logically speaking, should only happen when one was challenged for the second time. Why did he receive such a boost in strength? Could it be that the dean had made a mistake? But seeing that the battle was about to begin, he didn't ask any more questions. He felt a little aggrieved. He could have defeated Kang Xinmu with his own strength, but now he was boosted by 20%. In the eyes of others, he was cheating. However, he had to win this match. Even if it was because the dean had made a mistake, he would not say it on the spot. Wouldn't that be disrespecting the dean? Therefore, he treated the 20% as his own. Kang Xinmu, I'm coming. Chu Qingyun instantly transformed into a dragon. His entire Thunder Divine Dragon form shot towards Kang Xinmu. The attribute of his Divine Dragon Nirvana power was lightning. This kind of power possessed a destructive lethality, and was one of the most violent Nirvana forces. Countless bolts of lightning swept towards Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu didn't dare to be careless. He transformed into a black divine dragon. His body was covered in demonic crystals as he charged into the sea of lightning. Moreover, he executed the void dragon sky-raising break. 6 pitch-black beams of light accompanied his divine dragon form as they shot towards Chu Qingyun. However, Chu Qingyun's strength wasn't weak to begin with. The key point was that he had been secretly strengthened by Xiaofan. Kang Xinmu's current attack power wasn't enough to deal with Chu Qingyun. Lightning Cage. Chu Qingyun didn't even use his Source Dragon martial skill. He simply used a dragon-type martial skill, and boundless lightning enveloped Kang Xinmu's entire body. As for his body, it was also protected by the lightning cage. The Void Dragon Sky-Raising Break's attack landed on the lightning cage, but it had no effect at all. It couldn't even shake his Nirvana lightning power. On the stage, lightning flashed. Kang Xinmu instantly fell into a stalemate. Boundless lightning power swept towards Kang Xinmu. The terrifying power nearly tore him apart. Martial Dragon Shield. Kang Xinmu's second-grade dragon-type martial skill didn't seem to have any effect. It was instantly torn to shreds by his opponent's lightning and then bombarded onto his body. He's done for. Outside the stage, many students sighed in their hearts when they saw this scene. Sure enough, it wasn't realistic to challenge someone from a different region. The difficulty was too high. The disparity in strength was too great. But seeing that Kang Xinmu was so easily suppressed, some people were puzzled. Especially Su Qin and Luo Han. The two of them knew of Kang Xinmu's strength. Although Kang Xinmu hadn't displayed his full strength in front of them, they could imagine that he wouldn't be this weak. The key point was that Su Qin and Luo Han were very clear that Chu Qingyun's strength was similar to theirs. If they were the ones on the stage, they definitely wouldn't be able to suppress Kang Xinmu so easily. When did Chu Qingyun's strength skyrocket? But Chu Qingyun's cultivation realm didn't change, and he didn't use any new Source Dragon martial skill. He didn't even use his Heaven-grade Dragon Soldier Spear, but he was still able to suppress Kang Xinmu. This was a little strange. Could it be that Chu Qingyun had consumed some kind of pill? But in the martial arts exchange, pills weren't allowed to be used. Once they were used, it would be considered cheating and they would be directly expelled from the Alcade region. Su Qin and Luo Han couldn't figure it out, but they didn't think too much about it. After all, they weren't particularly clear about Kang Xinmu's strength. Perhaps Kang Xinmu was especially weak? Next, on the stage. Chu Qingyun's attacks had already landed on Kang Xinmu's body. Countless bolts of divine lightning descended, bombarding his divine dragon body. According to the comparison of their cultivation realms, logically speaking, it was impossible for Kang Xinmu to block Chu Qingyun's attacks. However, when these bolts of divine lightning bombarded Kang Xinmu's divine dragon body, he only suffered some light superficial wounds. The terrifying strength of his physical body shocked everyone present. One had to know that Kang Xinmu was only at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, while Chu Qingyun was at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. With such a huge disparity in cultivation, Chu Qingyun actually couldn't injure Kang Xinmu in a short period of time. As expected, his strongest point is his defense. Luo Han and Su Qin nodded inwardly. They already knew that Kang Xinmu's defense was extremely strong, and now it seemed that it was true. Lin Yuji, who was in the crowd, shook her head inwardly when she saw this scene. She had a good grasp of one's strength, so she could naturally see that there was something wrong with Chu Qingyun's strength. It's Dinswo again? Why is Dinswo targeting Kang Xinmu? Lin Yuji pursed her lips, unable to understand. When they fought before, Kang Xinmu had lost to her because of her sudden increase in strength. Now that Kang Xinmu was challenging a student from the Yuheng region, he encountered such a situation. He's quite tough. Chu Qingyun said indifferently when he saw that Kang Xinmu's physique was extremely strong. 2 heaven-grade dragon spears brought with them the power of wild lightning, sweeping towards Kang Xinmu. This time, the attack was several times stronger than before, and it actually had the momentum to kill. Chapter 4290. With a heaven-grade dragon soldier spear, thunder and lightning filled the air. It was as though the void was being torn apart. Two thunder spear shadows suddenly swept towards Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu's nirvana devouring power completely covered his divine dragon body. At this moment, they gathered together to resist the opponent's attack. The thunder spear shadows swept over and instantly tore apart the nirvana devouring power on his black dragon body. Before the nirvana devouring power could devour the opponent's power, it was already defeated. This was the difference in power levels. Kang Xinmu really had no way to resist. Not to mention, Chu Qingyun's strength had been enhanced by 20% by Xiaofan. When the nirvana devouring power on the surface of Kang Xinmu's nirvana devouring power was torn apart, his black dragon body directly faced the opponent's attack. In just an instant, the two thunder spear shadows penetrated Kang Xinmu's black dragon body, drilling two large holes in his body. This was still considered good. For Kang Xinmu, it was not too fatal. If it were not for the fact that his chaotic dragon body had been cultivated to the level of a dragon, he would have died from this move. Even so, there were two large holes on his black dragon body. Blood was already gushing out, dyeing his black dragon body red. Devouring power. Kang Xinmu's nirvana devouring power swept up at this moment and instantly covered Chu Qingyun's body. Chu Qingyun originally thought that Kang Xinmu was going to admit defeat. Who would have thought that Kang Xinmu would actually launch a counterattack? He did not have time to use his defensive dragon martial technique. Kang Xinmu's nirvana devouring power closed in on him and enveloped his thunder divine dragon body. Chu Qingyun's divine dragon body was covered with the nirvana devouring power. This was originally a power to protect him, but now it was directly devoured by Kang Xinmu and then used to recover from his injuries. The two bloody holes on Kang Xinmu's body started to recover at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the void dragon sky-raising break erupted once again. Unfortunately, it was too late for the other party to use a defensive dragon martial skill. When the lightning barrier appeared, the devouring nirvana force that was originally attached to the surface of his dragon body flew up and devoured the lightning barrier from the inside out. The void dragon heaven-raising break brought with it 6 pitch-black beams of light that blasted forth. When Chu Qingyun's lightning barrier was swallowed and weakened, the 6 black beams of light instantly landed on Chu Qingyun's body. The other party had never cultivated a body-tempering dragon martial technique, or it could be said that very few people had cultivated a body-tempering dragon martial technique. At this time, Chu Qingyun's entire body was pierced through by those 6 black beams of light. An enraged roar rang out from the mouth of the divine dragon that Chu Qingyun had transformed into. Wild thunder rumbled in the air. He didn't expect that Kang Xinmu could still have such combat strength even after having 2 bloody holes on his body. He even managed to injure him. This is impossible. Chu Qingyun roared in rage. One had to know that Kang Xinmu was only a student from the Alcade district. If he were to lose to Kang Xinmu, what face would he have to continue staying in Donghuang Yangwu College? If he were to lose this time, he would most likely be the first student from the Yuheng district to be defeated by a student from the Alcade district. Wild thunder rumbled in the air. 2 lightning spear shadows once again swept towards Kang Xinmu. Go! Unfortunately, the other party was seriously injured, and the speed at which he used his dragon martial skill had slowed down. Kang Xinmu reacted and directly used his dragon martial skill, extreme shadow flowing light, to narrowly avoid the spear shadows. At the same time, the devouring nirvana force had already invaded his opponent's body. No one discovered that at this moment, Dean Xiaofang's expression was getting colder and colder. He didn't expect that after increasing Chu Qingyun's strength by 20%, this fellow would still be seriously injured by Kang Xinmu. If this continued, Chu Qingyun would most likely lose. At this time, Zhuo Xiaofeng couldn't care so much. In short, he couldn't let Kang Xinmu win. In the dark, he attacked again. Chu Qingyun, who was originally the focus, suddenly felt the injuries on his body begin to solidify. Moreover, his strength was enhanced once again. A total of 50% increase in strength. Chu Qingyun found it unbelievable. The key was that the injuries on his body had solidified, causing him to become ruthless once again. Although he didn't know why Zhuo Xiaofeng was helping him, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He thought to himself, could it be that Kang Xinmu had offended the dean? Otherwise, why would the dean take such a risk to enhance his strength? After all, this was the rule of Donghuang Yangwu College. Even the dean didn't have the authority to interfere with the competition. Chu Qingyun's strength erupted in an instant. Another 2 lightning spear shadows, accompanied by the peak of his source dragon martial skill, roared towards Kang Xinmu. His injuries rapidly recovered, so the speed at which he executed the dragon martial skill had increased once again. It wasn't easy for Kang Xinmu to dodge. Even if he executed the extreme shadow flowing light, he was still struck by the 2 spear shadows. His black dragon tail was actually chopped off by the opponent's lightning spear shadows, and it was even smashed into pieces on the Martial Exchange Plaza. A section of the black dragon tail fell under the endless bombardment of lightning, finally landing on the Martial Exchange Plaza, charred black. At this moment, the entire square was deathly silent. No one had imagined that this battle would actually be horrifying to such an extent. There was no need to explain how important a dragon tail was to a dragon martial artist. In this battle, Kang Xinmu's dragon tail had been chopped off. This would have an extremely fatal impact on his future cultivation. Without a dragon tail, not only would his combat strength be greatly weakened, but his cultivation speed would also be much slower than before. If Kang Xinmu was originally a genius, then he had now become an ordinary dragon martial artist. And if an ordinary dragon martial artist's dragon tail was chopped off, it could even be said that he would be crippled. Even so, Kang Xinmu still didn't give up on this battle. AI. So what if he wins? If his dragon tail is chopped off, his achievements in this life will only be like this. That's right. It's just for a spot in the Yuheng district. What's the point? Many students didn't know the truth, and they shook their heads regretfully. But many students discovered that just now, Chu Qingyun's explosive strength had increased by a large amount. This situation was a bit abnormal. When did Chu Qingyun cultivate the dragon martial skill? Last year, Chu Qingyun was almost challenged by a student from the Kaiyang district. But this year, the strength he had erupted with could even challenge a student from the Migres district. This was clearly not right. If Chu Qingyun had this strength, he should have challenged the Migres district yesterday. Why wasn't there any movement? In the crowd, Lin Yuji secretly glanced at Zhuo Xiaofeng. Seeing that his complexion wasn't good, she had a rough guess in her heart. Now she could be sure that Kang Xinmu had offended Zhuo Xiaofeng and was targeted by him. Chapter 4291. On the stage, when Chu Qingyun saw that he had chopped off Kang Xinmu's dragon tail, he was stunned for a moment. He had never thought of chopping off Kang Xinmu's dragon tail. It was only because Kang Xinmu had been slightly slower when dodging that the dragon tail had been chopped off. But at this time, his expression was cold and indifferent. It was impossible for him to sympathize with Kang Xinmu. To him, a battle was a matter of life and death. Even if it was the Academy Grand Competition, it was still the same. If Kang Xinmu had admitted defeat earlier, how could his dragon tail have been chopped off? Still not admitting defeat? Chu Qingyun coldly snorted. His berserk thunder divine dragon body was high up in the air as he looked down at the injured Kang Xinmu. Kang Shinmu, you don't know what's good for you. You forced me to use my secret technique. If you still don't admit defeat, don't blame me if you lose your life. In order to protect Xiaofan and also to explain the eruption just now, he directly said that he had used his secret technique and used his trump card. Otherwise, many people would doubt his strength. Chu Qingyun thought that it didn't matter if he was doubted, but it wouldn't be good if it affected Xiaofan. Could it be that the dean was helping him because he thought highly of him? Before he could think further, he suddenly felt that his divine dragon body was a little weak. What's going on? There seems to be some of his power in my body. Is it devouring my life essence? Chu Qingyun frowned. He could feel the nirvana devouring power wreaking havoc in his body. This nirvana devouring power had been refined once. Although Xiaofan had healed Chu Qingyun's injuries from afar, he couldn't eliminate the nirvana devouring power in his body. This led to the nirvana devouring power continuously devouring his life essence. Kang Shinmu's injuries were rapidly recovering. Not mentioning his dragon tail for the time being, he didn't try to recover his dragon tail in public. Instead, he focused on healing the injuries in other places. Soon, he had recovered at least 80% of his combat strength. Although his dragon tail was severed, Kang Shinmu wasn't nervous in the slightest. Instead, he had a cold expression on his face. At this moment, the extreme shadow flowing light and void dragon raising the heavens break continued to revolve around Chu Qingyun's body. The constant attacks made Chu Qingyun incomparably angry. His two heaven-grade dragon soldier spears turned into two lightning chains and chased after Kang Shinmu from two different directions, trying to trap Kang Shinmu. However, now that Kang Shinmu was running away with all his might, how could he be trapped so easily? As Chu Qingyun's nirvana swallowing power continued to swallow his flesh and blood essence, he could clearly feel himself becoming weaker and weaker. Even though the 50% increase in strength that Xiaofan had given him was still present, he was unable to unleash it. His life force was rapidly depleting. As Kang Shinmu's nirvana devouring power was becoming stronger and more condensed, the speed at which he devoured his opponent's flesh and blood essence was extremely fast. When he had first devoured the flesh and blood essence of the dragon warriors, it had taken him 2 to 4 hours to kill them. Now, he only needed the time to brew a cup of tea. Too fast. The nirvana devouring power's speed was so fast that Chu Qingyun didn't have time to react. After a while, he discovered that the dragon martial skill he used was no longer a threat to Kang Shinmu. This greatly shocked him, but his mental state was also becoming worse and worse. The strength in his body was becoming increasingly empty, causing him to become drowsy. What was going on? Chu Qingyun was greatly shocked. When he had first erupted with power, he hadn't been able to kill Kang Shinmu. Instead, he had only severed his dragon tail, causing him to lose the initiative. Now, if he wanted to defeat Kang Shinmu, he would need Xiaofan to double his strength again. But if that was the case, Xiaofang's actions would very likely be exposed. It was impossible for him to do that. Just as Kang Shinmu thought in his heart, Xiaofan was simply angered to death by Chu Qingyun. This guy, he had already increased his strength by 50%, but he still couldn't defeat Kang Shinmu. He had only managed to sever Kang Shinmu's dragon tail. This was not the result that Xiaofan wanted. Xiaofang's face was a little gloomy. However, there was no other way now. He could only consider how to deal with Kang Shinmu after he won this battle. The situation on the battlefield was becoming more and more unfavorable for Chu Qingyun. Kang Shinmu's nirvana devouring power had already devoured most of his flesh and blood essence. This allowed Jiang Shenwu to fully recover from all of his injuries except for his dragon tail. Even the 2 bloody holes on his dragon body had been completely healed. His flesh and blood had solidified, and he had fully recovered. His combat strength was only slightly weakened because his dragon tail was severed. On the other hand, Chu Qingyun's life force was almost completely devoured. The violent lightning radiance on his divine dragon body had already dimmed. The surface of his divine dragon body was covered in dried blood. Those were the wounds caused by Kang Xinmu that had healed. If it was just Chu Qingyun alone, it was impossible to heal these wounds. That was the result of Zhuo Xiaofeng secretly healing him. But now, Chu Qingyun was defeated, thoroughly defeated. Even with Zhuo Xiaofeng increasing his strength by 50%, he still lost. Chu Qingyun no longer felt anything and finally collapsed on the martial arts plaza. Kang Xinmu did not kill him. Seeing that he was so weak that he fainted, he stopped the nirvana-devouring power in his body. He raised his head and glanced at Zhuo Xiaofeng. At this time, he was sure that Zhuo Xiaofeng was up to no good. This dean actually targeted a small Dragon King Academy student like him. He was really petty to the extreme. Kang Xinmu did not expect this situation. But he still won, ruthlessly slapping Zhuo Xiaofeng's face. When he raised his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaofeng was expressionless as he said, Kang Xinmu, victory, entered the Alioth district. The announcement of this news caused an uproar in the plaza. Some people were shocked, some felt that it was a pity, and some felt that it was unnecessary. After all, Kang Xinmu's dragon tail had been severed. Whether it was cultivation or combat strength, it would be greatly reduced. It was really a waste to let him enter the Alioth district. But winning a challenge in the Academy Grand Tournament allowed one to enter deeper areas. This was the rule, so no one could say anything about it. When Kang Xinmu heard Zhuo Xiaofeng announce that he won and entered the Alioth district, he also felt relieved. He returned to his human form and left the martial arts plaza. He felt incomparably weak. Although most of his injuries had recovered, he had not reformed his dragon tail. The current him was much weaker than when he was at his peak. If it wasn't for the nirvana-devouring power in Chu Qingyun's body, it would have been difficult for Kang Xinmu to win this time. There was no need for Kang Xinmu to watch the following battles. He directly turned and left. Ran nervously followed him. At the same time, Qin Fengyu and Lu Hua, the two senior brothers and sisters, also followed. Luo Han, Su Qin, and Lin Yuji also wanted to follow. The first two were students of the Alioth district and would be challenged today, so they could not leave. As for Lin Yuji, she also wanted to challenge the Alioth district today, so she did not leave. Chapter 4292. Of course, Kang Xinmu did not watch the rest of the competition. He returned to his palace, and the competition in the martial arts forum was still going on. His dragon tail was chopped off, but it was not the first time for him. If he wanted to, he could immediately restore and grow his dragon tail. However, he did not do it for the time being in order to deceive others. His injury was not serious at all, but in the eyes of everyone else, he was seriously injured to the point of death. Was it worth it to be injured to this extent for a place in the Yuheng district? For Kang Xinmu, it was certainly worth it. Not only did he want to go to the Yuheng district to cultivate faster, but most importantly, Zhuo Xiaofeng did not want him to win, and he defeated Chu Qingyun. And in the end, Zhuo Xiaofeng actually increased Chu Qingyun's strength by 50%, which completely violated the rules of the school competition. It could be said that such a thing had never happened in the history of Donghuang Yangwu College. This Zhuo Xiaofeng is said to be a student of Donghuang Yangwu College. I didn't expect him to be so evil. Not to mention Donghuang Yangwu College, even in the entire Dragon Martial Continent, no one dares to do anything to Zhuo Xiaofeng. He's a super divine dragon. And the Green Sky Calamity Dragon, who is stronger than him, will not come here. It's conceivable that no matter what Zhuo Xiaofeng does, no one will stop him. Kang Xinmu returned to the palace and gritted his teeth. Was there really no one who could control Zhuo Xiaofeng? Kang Xinmu did not think so. If Xiaofan really had no scruples, he would have killed him by now. Anyway, no one could say anything, and he could just charge Kang Xinmu with a crime. It would not be like now, repeatedly targeting him but not killing him. This was obviously not normal. Of course, perhaps Xiaofan did not take Kang Xinmu seriously in the past, but now, he might feel threatened by Kang Xinmu and kill him. These were all uncertain. No one knew what Xiaofan was thinking. Let's recuperate for a while. Let's see what happens. Xiaofan should not kill me. After all, the death of a student of Donghuang Yangwu College is a big deal. Kang Xinmu thought. He planned to observe the situation first. After all, he had just won the competition and could go to the Yuheng district to cultivate. If nothing happened while cultivating in the Yuheng district, Xiaofan should be unable to do anything to him. In any case, he had to be careful. Once Xiaofan seized the opportunity, Jiang Shenwu might really be beaten to death. Unfortunately, Jiang Shenwu did not have to wait long. Yu Xinmu, Martial Yu was to Shengmu. At this time, the academy tournament in the martial arts forum should still be going on. It was impossible for Xiaofan to leave. After all, the academy tournament needed someone to oversee it. Therefore, Yu Tianchang came to Jiang Shenwu at this time because Xiaofan could not be there. Now, you should leave first. Yu Tianchang's graceful figure came to Jiang Shenwu and found him. She looked at him with a nervous expression on her beautiful face. What happened? Kang Xinmu frowned. Xiaofang's eyes were full of killing intent just now, Yu Tianchang said concisely. I'm afraid that he wants to kill you, so I'm here to warn you. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Yu Tianchang said concisely. Where can I go in the Dragon Martial Continent? Kang Xinmu smiled bitterly. Western Imperial Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Yu Tianchang said solemnly. Western Imperial Dragon Martial Arts Academy is also known as Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. In fact, it's the same. It's located in the west of the Dragon Martial Continent. The Dean of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy once met me and invited me to join the academy. However, because I was born in the east of Dragon Country, not in the west, I didn't go. If you take the token that the Dean of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy gave me and go to the academy, the Dean will probably accept you. After all, the talent you're showing now is more outstanding than mine. Yu Tianchang's words surprised Kang Xinmu. He didn't expect that Yu Tianchang had been invited by Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy before she joined Donghuang Yangwu College. It seemed that her talent was so great that the Dean of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, who was traveling around, personally gave her a token to invite her. Now, the token became Kang Xinmu's life-saving straw. After saying that, Yu Tianchang took out a fiery red feather. This is Emperor Shi's feather. It's very precious even in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. This is the token that the Dean gave me back then. After you get there, just show me the token. You should be able to join Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Yu Tianchang made it very clear. However, Kang Xinmu was a little puzzled. I came from Donghuang Yangwu College. Will Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy still accept me as a student? That's naturally not a problem. Yu Tianchang laughed softly and said, Don't worry. Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy and Donghuang Yangwu College have a competitive relationship. They're both academies established by the Supreme Divine Dragon Seniors to cultivate Super Divine Dragons. Above Donghuang Yangwu College is the Dragon of Azure Sky Calamity. Above Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy is, of course, Emperor Shi's Divine Dragon. Emperor Shi's Divine Dragon and the Dragon of Azure Sky Calamity have a competitive relationship. So that's how it is. Kang Xinmu didn't know much about matters of a higher level. As the top disciple of Donghuang Yangwu College, Yu Tianchang would almost certainly become a super divine dragon in the future. It wasn't strange that she knew about these things now. Zhuo Xiaofeng is too narrow-minded. Although he's very talented, it's hard for him to achieve great things. Yu Tianchang thought about it and said, if you want to take revenge on him, you don't have to become stronger than him. You just have to perform outstandingly in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Both academies exist to cultivate super divine dragons. As long as you perform outstandingly, the higher your potential in the future, the more you'll slap Zhuo Xiaofeng in the face. Every 10 years, the 4 Dragon Martial Arts Academies will have a certain exchange. At that time, the strongest batch of students will compete. At that time, the 4 Supreme Divine Dragon Seniors will come to observe. As long as you perform outstandingly in the exchange, Zhuo Xiaofeng will naturally be embarrassed. Forcing a genius like you out of Donghuang Yangwu College and to go to another academy. The Dragon of Azure Sky Calamity will definitely not let Zhuo Xiaofeng have it easy. If your performance is even more outstanding than Zhuo Xiaofeng's back then, I'm afraid the Supreme Divine Dragon Seniors will even have thoughts of killing Zhuo Xiaofeng. Chapter 4293. There was no time to lose. Kang Xinmu had to leave while Zhuo Xiaofeng was still presiding over the competition. Then I'll take Ran with me. Kang Xinmu said resolutely, glancing at the girl in black who had been standing firmly beside him. Ran was very angry now. She already knew what had happened just now. Zhuo Xiaofeng, the dean of the academy, had actually helped Chu Qingyun by increasing his strength by 50%. As a result, he had severely injured Kang Xinmu and almost killed Kang Xinmu. Even after Kang Xinmu had defeated him, Dean Zhuo Xiaofeng still wanted to kill Kang Xinmu. This undoubtedly infuriated Ran to death. It was a pity that she couldn't beat Zhuo Xiaofeng. Otherwise, she would definitely beat him up for Kang Xinmu. She wouldn't be able to vent her anger without crippling him. Now that there was a chance to leave and join another Dragon Martial Academy, the hope of revenge in the future would be very high. Moreover, according to Yu Tiansheng, as long as Kang Xinmu performed well enough, Zhuo Xiaofeng wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. I'll go with Brother Jiang. If both of us perform well, won't Zhuo Xiaofeng be angered to death? Ran narrowed her eyes and said. Of course. He'll be angered to death. Yu Tiansheng pursed her lips and smiled slyly. I'm afraid he'll be beaten to death by the Dragon of Calamity. However, when you get there, act according to the circumstances. I can't help you with the specifics, so you must be careful. Of course, Kang Xinmu knew all this. He was very grateful that Yu Tiansheng could tell him so many things, and he didn't know how to thank her. If she needed the Dragon Mark's energy in the future, Kang Xinmu could transfer it to her. Of course, it would probably be a while before that happened. After all, he probably wouldn't be able to see Yu Tiansheng for a long time from now on. Moreover, Kang Xinmu could only impart his divine dragon blood essence to people of a lower grade than him. Therefore, that day was still far away. Of course, as long as Kang Xinmu didn't die, there would be a chance. As for Yu Tianchang, even if Zhuo Xiaofeng guessed that it was she who tipped him off and let Kang Xinmu run away, he would not dare to do anything to her. Before Zhuo Xiaofeng became the dean, Yu Tianchang was already very famous. The Blue Sky Tribulation Dragon must have known Yu Tianchang's name. If something were to happen to Yu Tianchang, the Blue Sky Tribulation Dragon would never let it go. Zhuo Xiaofeng should just die. Kang Xinmu did not waste too much time. He took Ran with him and followed Yu Tianchang to the East Emperor Formation. If he wanted to quickly head to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, he naturally had to use the ancient teleportation formation. Otherwise, he would probably be intercepted by Zhuo Xiaofeng before he could get far. At that time, only death would await him. Princess Fire Phoenix, please take care of her. Kang Xinmu was about to leave. He was a little reluctant, but there was no time for him to reminisce. Since Xiaofan really wanted to kill him, he had to leave. He had no choice but to leave. Moreover, even if Xiaofan did not want to kill him, it was better for him to leave than to stay here. He could not be tricked by Xiaofan every year in the academy tournament, could he? This time, his dragon tail had been cut off. Even if it was restored, others would doubt him. Xiaofan would also feel that he was more of a threat. One day, Kang Xinmu would be tricked to death. After leaving the East Emperor formation, Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran could fly very fast. As long as they left the eastern part of the Dragon Martial continent as soon as possible, Xiaofan would not be able to do anything to them. I will set the teleportation location for you. Yu Tianchong instructed, after you teleport there, you will see a very large forest. That forest is actually the boundary forest, in the center of the Dragon Martial continent. It divides the Dragon Martial continent into 4 regions, which are the East, South, West, and West. The boundary forest was the forest in the center of the Dragon Martial continent. It divided the entire continent into 4 regions. According to Yu Tianchong, the areas that the Dragon Martial Academies were responsible for were divided according to the boundary forest. The token of Emperor Shi that Yu Tianchong had given to Kang Xinmu could create a spatial passage. As long as they passed through the boundary forest and reached the western part of the Dragon Martial continent, they could directly connect to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. The key was to pass through the boundary forest. I will escort you there, Yu Tianchong said directly. I will escort you there. Without Yu Tianchong's escort, there were many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines in the boundary forest. With Kang Xinmu's strength, it would not be easy to pass through the boundary forest. He might even die there. Even if he was lucky enough to pass through, he might be stopped by Xiaofan halfway. With Yu Tianchong, they would be able to pass through the boundary forest very quickly. Thank you. Kang Xinmu nodded. No matter what, they had to go this time. Yu Tianchong could only take care of the Fire Phoenix Princess. As for the other students of Donghuang Yangwu College, and even his mentor Chu Yueqiang, Kang Xinmu could only put them to the back of his mind. Then, while the academy tournament was still ongoing, Yu Tianchong led Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran to activate the Grand Orient formation. The 3 of them disappeared from Donghuang Yangwu College. If it was Kang Xinmu who activated the formation, he might not have so many experience points. However, Yu Tianchong naturally had a lot. When Kang Xinmu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange place. Just as Yu Tianchong had said, there was a boundless forest in front of him. The boundary forest. This dense forest divided the entire continent into 4 regions, and there were 4 Dragon Martial Academies built in each region, with the purpose of nurturing super mystical dragons. It is said that the rules for students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy and Donghuang Yangwu College are similar. In the future, I can also use the Emperor Shi formation to teleport back to the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. However, I will need to spend more experience points. Kang Xinmu thought it was a pity. However, with his current strength, as long as he could take on high-level training missions, he would definitely be able to earn experience points faster. All in all, he was not at a loss. It was better than staying in Donghuang Yangwu College and living in fear. Xiaofan was too treacherous. Kang Xinmu did not know when he would be stabbed again. To Xiaofan, Jiang Shenwu might not be a big deal. He was just a small fry that could be killed with just a few tricks. However, to Kang Xinmu, he could not die. He even had a secret that even the Supreme Divine Dragons might not know about. I can't die. I have to rise up and have the ability to rescue my father. Kang Xinmu made up his mind. Then, Yu Tianchong led them to fly toward the boundary forest. She planned to cross the forest. Although it was said to be separating the entire continent, the forest was actually not particularly vast. With Yu Tianchang, they could cross it in 6 to 8 hours. Chapter 4294. As they flew over the forest, Kang Xinmu could clearly hear the roars of the demonic beasts in the forest below. If he were the only one flying over, the demonic beasts would probably attack him. But with Yu Tianshang around, the demonic beasts only roared and didn't dare to jump out and attack. Kang Xinmu's dragon tail was cut off. Since they were already here, there was no need to hide anymore. He directly devoured some of the Yao Core's energy and reformed his dragon tail. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Yu Tianshang's speed. Even Ran Ran was much faster than him. Seeing Kang Xinmu's dragon tail quickly recover, Yu Tianshang glanced at him and didn't say anything. She already knew that Kang Xinmu had the ability to quickly recover, but she didn't expect Kang Xinmu to be able to recover even after his dragon tail was cut off. However, this wasn't a very heaven-defying ability. For some dragon warriors, having their dragon tails cut off would mean the end of their future. But in this world, there were many ways to restore a dragon tail. It was just that the cost was high. Kang Xinmu could restore his own dragon tail. This ability was something that several students in Donghuang Yangu College possessed. After the dragon tail was restored, the three of them flew over the forest at an extremely fast speed. After only 2 hours, they saw the end of the forest. This is the territory of the Emperor Shi Dragon Force Academy. Yu Tianshang sighed and said, Kang Xinmu, you must be careful in the future. Cultivate well in the Emperor Shi Dragon Force Academy. You must rise and make Sua Xiaofan regret what he did today. Yes, don't worry. Thank you. Kang Xinmu finally let out a sigh of relief. The three of them transformed into human forms and landed outside the forest, preparing to say goodbye. Yu Tianshang turned around and was about to leave, but after thinking about it, she suddenly turned around and glanced at Kang Xinmu with a charming smile. Kang Xinmu, I'll wait for you to catch up to me. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to me. After saying this, she took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Jiang Xinwu, raising her head to look at him. Then, she suddenly took out a jade pendant and handed it to him. This is a protective jade pendant. It was made for me by the former dean of Donghuang Yangu College. In the Dragon Martial Continent, no matter who attacked me, this jade pendant can block it. However, it can only block it once. Saying this, she stuffed the jade pendant into Kang Xinmu's hand. Jiang Xinwu was surprised. He didn't expect Yu Tianchang to give him such a precious jade pendant. What was the meaning of this? Yu Tianshang warned him to escape and sent him here. She was already very nice to him. Now, she even gave him the jade pendant. He felt really bad about it. This girl was too nice to him. However, just as he was about to refuse, he felt Yu Tianshang's delicate hands tighten around his. He could feel her soft and smooth skin. Don't refuse. You're the man I like. You can't die like this. Yu Tianshang whispered in his ear. Then, she turned around and left with a beautiful smile. Kang Xinmu was dumbfounded. Since when did Yu Tianshang like him? No way. Yu Tianshang liked him. She even gave him the precious jade pendant. Although it was a bit unbelievable, Yu Tianshang didn't have to lie to him. With Yu Tianshang's strength, if she wanted to harm him, she could just kill him directly. Why would she be so nice to him? In any case, Yu Tianshang transformed into a dragon and left at an extremely fast speed. Kang Xinmu couldn't catch up with her. After a while, she disappeared from the sky. Kang Xinmu could only put away the jade pendant and sigh. Ran Ran, let's go to Emperor Shi Longwu Academy. He said to the girl in black beside him. However, the girl in black was also a bit confused. She originally thought that she was Kang Xinmu's only wife. But now, there was an extremely talented and beautiful girl who said that she liked Kang Xinmu. This made her feel a bit resentful. Brother Jiang is mine. She glanced at the jade pendant Kang Xinmu put away. She wasn't in a good mood. However, thinking that the jade pendant was for Kang Xinmu to save his life, she didn't say anything. When Kang Xinmu talked to her, she nodded and didn't think too much. In fact, she was thinking about how she could compete with Yu Tianshang. In the future, Brother Jiang and I will be together at Emperor Shi Longwu Academy. If Yu Tianshang wants to see Brother Jiang, it will take at least a few years. After seeing too much, feelings would develop over time. After seeing too little, not to mention forgetting, they would definitely not be too familiar with each other. Ran thought to herself, this is where my advantage lies, a spatial tunnel connected to Emperor Shi Longwu Academy from the edge of the forest of dividing boundaries. Kang Xinmu took a deep breath and stepped in with Ran. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an extremely magnificent scene. A building sat in the sea of clouds, forming the shape of a flaming divine dragon. It was faintly discernible in the sea of clouds. He and Ran appeared directly in the sky above the building. The spatial tunnel behind him quickly dissipated and turned back into a fiery red feather. This was the token of Emperor Shi that Yu Tianshang gave to Kang Xinmu. The spatial passageway of Emperor Shi's token was a one-time use item. Although Kang Xinmu still had this fiery red feather, it was impossible for him to use it to teleport to Emperor Shi Longwu Academy. However, he only needed to use it this once anyway. If everything went well in the future, he would use the Emperor Shi array to travel through space during his cultivation at Emperor Shi Longwu Academy. Compared to Donghuang Yangwu Academy, Emperor Shi Longwu Academy's scale wasn't small. It was even more majestic. The main reason was that the buildings in the sea of clouds were all fiery red, making people feel like they were in a raging inferno. When Ran and Kang Xinmu appeared above the buildings in the sea of clouds, they attracted the attention of some people. Not long after, a fiery red divine dragon flew up from the buildings below, bringing with it a wave of fiery red clouds. It rose up and appeared in front of Kang Xinmu and Ran in an instant. This divine dragon was almost 10,000 feet long. It was a super divine dragon. Who are you? The fiery red divine dragon suddenly transformed into a human form. It was actually a beautiful woman. She wore a fiery red dress, and her phoenix-like eyes were cold and indifferent. This beautiful woman had the blood essence of a super divine dragon. She was most likely the current dean of Emperor Shi Longwu Academy. Kang Xinmu didn't expect the other party to be a woman. Seeing that the other party had transformed into a human, the pressure was reduced slightly. He finally had a chance to speak. Under the pressure of a super divine dragon, he couldn't even open his mouth. He immediately said, Yu Tianshang introduced me. When he mentioned the name Heavenly Feather Dress, the expression of the super divine dragon woman changed. Chapter 4295. Soon, Kang Xinmu told her what had happened. At this time, the super divine dragon beauty's expression became very strange. The new dean of Donghuang Yangwu College, Xiaofan, has been framing you and even wanted to kill you? Xiaofan is actually interested in that girl, Yu Tianshang, and wants her to be his woman? Ha! I told you not to go to a place like Donghuang Yangwu College. You asked for it. The super divine dragon beauty snorted softly. When Kang Xinmu heard this, he immediately felt that the relationship between Yu Tianshang and this beautiful woman seemed to be a little unusual. Previously, Yu Tianshang had said that the dean here had taken a fancy to her. However, her dragon country was in the territory of Donghuang Yangwu College, so she still chose to join Donghuang Yangwu College. But if that was the case, why did this super divine dragon beauty's tone sound a little strange? However, no matter what the relationship between them was, Kang Xinmu could not ask too much now. After all, he had just arrived, and his priority was to gain a foothold in Emperor Shi Dragon Martial College. You said that in your second year in Donghuang Yangwu College, you defeated a Yuheng district student whose strength had been enhanced by 50%? The super divine dragon beauty glanced at Kang Xinmu and then at Ran Ran. As for you, you passed the genius trial and became a student of Donghuang Yangwu College. Let's do it this way. Both of you will have a spar with the students of Emperor Shi Dragon Martial College. If your performance is good, you can join our college. Of course, if your performance is too bad, don't blame me for being merciless. This meant that both Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran had a chance. This made Kang Xinmu feel very grateful. Thank you, senior. Don't thank me. You fought for this opportunity. The super divine dragon beauty said lightly, if you don't perform well, you can't blame others. Come with me. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran quickly followed. They arrived at the Martial Arts Forum of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Forum was made of fiery red bricks, and the atmosphere was lively. It was completely different from the style of Donghuang Yangwu College. However, the Dragon Martial continents for Dragon Martial Academies had the same general rules and structure. The cultivation areas of the students were divided into 7 areas from Dubhe to Alcade. The annual academy competition and the genius trial held in the lower city were also the same. The place where the Grand Academy competition was held was called the Martial Arts Forum, but the scene was slightly different. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran followed the beautiful lady in red to the Martial Arts Forum. Soon, they noticed that many students from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy had appeared. Every single one of these dragon warrior students was a proud son of heaven. In Kang Xinmu's opinion, their cultivation realm was not weaker than the students from Donghuang Yangwu College. They were at least at the 5th or 6th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Moreover, the divine dragon's blood essence was of a higher grade than the Dragon King. However, there was one thing that Kang Xinmu had to pay attention to. Why were there so many young girls among the students from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy? In Donghuang Yangwu College, the number of female students was slightly less than the male students. However, in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Kang Xinmu realized that there were 2 to 3 times more female students than male students. From the number of students around the Martial Arts Forum who were prepared to watch the battle, the number of female students in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy was definitely higher than the number of male students. Kang Xinmu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Could this Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy be giving preferential treatment to the female students? If that was the case, wouldn't the male students be in a very sad situation? In our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, the Emperor Shi Divine Dragon is a female. The beautiful super divine dragon glanced at Kang Xinmu and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Hence, she calmly explained, therefore, many of the dragon martial arts techniques in our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy are more suitable for females to cultivate. When selecting talents, females will also be given preferential treatment, and the conditions will be slightly more relaxed. Of course, every student in our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy will not be weaker than the students in Donghuang Yangwu College. All of them are top-notch geniuses who are 1 in a million. This explanation allowed Kang Xinmu to understand the situation in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. However, he was also feeling a little uncomfortable. Many of the dragon martial arts techniques in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy were more suitable for females to cultivate. Then, when he wanted to choose the source dragon martial arts technique to cultivate, wouldn't he have fewer choices? Of course, he didn't consider this for the time being. For now, it was better to challenge and defeat the students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy first. He didn't know what kind of students the beautiful super divine dragon before him would arrange for him to fight. Have you heard? There are students from Donghuang Yangwu College who are being persecuted over there. They want to join our academy. I heard about it. Our dean said that he wants to find someone to challenge. If the other party can defeat our students, they can join our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Then we can't lose. Otherwise, people will think that our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy is inferior to them. That might not be the case. They are being persecuted. The more talented they are, the more advantageous it is for us. Think about it. During the exchange between the four academies, if this guy amazes everyone and kills the students from Donghuang Yangwu College, wouldn't that make the students from Donghuang Yangwu College depressed to death? Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran stood at the martial arts symposium and listened to the conversations of the students around them. They felt a little emotional. Originally, they thought that the students from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy would not welcome them. However, now it seemed that the female students around the martial arts symposium were all staring at Kang Xinmu with glowing eyes. As for the few male students, they were all staring at Ran Ran. For Ran Ran, such a young and beautiful girl, it was impossible for any man not to notice her. As for Kang Xinmu, he looked like a youth and was only at the 5th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. However, it was said that he defeated a student from Donghuang Yangwu College from Yuheng District. If this was true, he was definitely a top-notch genius. Many of the female students from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy looked at Kang Xinmu with glowing eyes. Even if they only saw such a youth frequently, teasing him was still a great pleasure. Xiao Yuhua, Liang Xiao, the two of you, step forward. Very quickly, the super mystical dragon lady picked out 2 students from the spectating students. Among them, Xiao Yuhua was a female dragon martial artist and a student from Yuheng District. She was at the 6th tier of the Dragon King's blood essence, and she was at the 8th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. She was considered one of the weaker students in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. However, in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Yuhua's reputation was not low. This was because she was still young and had only joined Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy for 4 years. She had already entered Yuheng District. Her talent was definitely extraordinary. Chapter 4296. As for Liang Xiao, he was a male student who had just joined Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Liang Xiao had the cultivation of the 6th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. As for the Divine Dragon's blood essence, it had just reached the level of the Dragon King. After all, this person had just joined Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. It was normal for a new student to have such strength. He did not look strong, but as a school that gave preferential treatment to female dragon martial artists. Liang Xiao's ability to join proved that he had a certain level of strength. Although his cultivation level was 1 tier lower than Ran Ran's, Ran Ran should not be underestimated. After all, Ran Ran had not cultivated any powerful origin source dragon martial arts technique recently. If Liang Xiao had cultivated a powerful origin source dragon martial arts technique, he might be stronger than Ran Ran. However, if Ran Ran could defeat Liang Xiao, then it would not be a problem for her to join Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. The first match, Ran Ran vs Liang Xiao. The beautiful Super Divine Dragon, who was also the Dean of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, retreated to the side after announcing this. Putting everything else aside, just based on their interactions so far, Kang Xinmu felt that the Dean here was much more reliable than Xiaofan. At least, she looked much more amiable and did not have an air of superiority. This should be how a Dean should look like. After all, the Dragon Martial Arts Academy was meant to nurture super divine dragons. Many of the students were future super divine dragons. In that case, the closer the Dean was to them, the better it would be in the future. For example, Xiaofan had forced Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran to leave. Once they rose to become super divine dragons in the future, Xiaofan would be in big trouble. Not only would Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran let go of each other easily. Because he had forced away 2 future super divine dragons, the Dragon of Calamity would not be polite to Xiaofan. Kang Xinmu also stepped aside. Next, it was time for Ran Ran. All the best. He only said 2 words before Kang Xinmu flew to the side to watch. Ran Ran nodded. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Liang Xiao, whose name had been called. Her expression did not change from beginning to end. I am Liang Xiao. The other party cupped his fists and bowed to Ran Ran. He seemed to be a very polite young man. He was clad in armor and looked extraordinary. It was obvious that it was a powerful dragon weapon, and a defensive one at that. Ran Ran. Ran Ran introduced herself. Then, her expression became solemn. This battle might be meaningless to Liang Xiao. At most, he would defeat Ran Ran, which would give him some experience points as a reward. But for Ran Ran, it meant a lot. She was still young. Even if she participated in Emperor Shi's trial of talents in Longwu City next year, she would definitely be able to rise. However, she did not want to be delayed for even a year. As long as she defeated Liang Xiao now, she would be able to join Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy and become one of its students. Then, she would be able to start cultivating quickly. That was why Ran Ran could not lose. Moreover, Ran Ran felt a sense of crisis. Yu Tianchang had sent them here. Before she left, Ran Ran was very vigilant. Now that she had a chance to cultivate with Kang Xinmu, she had to seize this opportunity. If she missed it, she would lose an entire year's opportunity to be with Kang Xinmu. That would have a huge impact. Therefore, Ran Ran was extremely serious now. She was even more serious than during the trial of talents. Please enlighten me. Liang Xiao was very polite. After cupping his fists and bowing, he finally transformed into a blood-red divine dragon. This blood-red divine dragon body contained rich blood qi. It turned out to be a rather rare blood elemental power. Kang Xinmu was a little surprised when he saw this. When he cultivated the chaotic dragon body, he cultivated a total of 9 elemental powers. His resistance to these 9 powers was greatly enhanced. These 9 attributes were water and fire, wind and thunder, light and darkness, 6 common attributes, and 3 rarer attributes. Among the 3 rare powers, one of them was the blood elemental power. This kind of talent was relatively rare, but a dragon warrior with the blood elemental power would definitely have a high combat strength. It should be noted that Kang Xinmu felt that his own devouring talent was not a rare power, but a branch of the dark elemental power. For example, the power of the starry sky was a branch of the light elemental power, and the power of ice was a branch of the water elemental power. Kang Xinmu had seen all the main powers. But this was the first time he had seen the blood elemental power. Ran Ran sensed the bloody aura erupting from her opponent, and she became more serious. She transformed into a slender black dragon. Her talent was the power of the dark elemental power. Her talent was very ordinary, but it was precisely because of this that it was even more difficult for her to have her current achievements. Although she had lost her previous memories, it had to be said that she had cultivated very hard when she was in the Dark Dragon group. Otherwise, she might not have survived until now. Void Dragon Sky Raising Break. Ran Ran immediately unleashed her strongest attack, sweeping towards the blood-red divine dragon. 6 beams of black divine dragon light arrived with a loud bang, not giving Liang Xiao the slightest time to react. This speed was too fast. Because Ran Ran only cultivated this kind of attack dragon martial technique, she was far more proficient in this move than ordinary people. With a thought, she could condense 6 black dragon shadows and launch an attack. When this attack was launched, the blood-red divine dragon that Liang Xiao had transformed into suddenly roared. The dragon armor that he had been wearing before suddenly appeared, wrapping around the body of this divine dragon. The appearance of the blood-red armor protected his entire body impenetrably. Immediately after, the 6 beams of void dragon sky-raising break bombarded Liang Xiao's divine dragon body, but were directly blocked by the blood-red armor. It turned out to be a heaven-grade dragon weapon. Kang Xinmu felt a little uncomfortable. Have heaven-grade dragon weapons become so common now? It seems like everyone has a heaven-grade dragon weapon. However, what Kang Xinmu did not know was that Chu Qingyun, whom he had dealt with previously, was a veteran student of the Yuheng district. With enough experience points, he could naturally exchange for a heaven-grade dragon weapon. Liang Xiao had a heaven-grade dragon weapon, which was rare even among the students of the Yuheng district. Although this fellow had just joined the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy, his combat strength was definitely not the lowest among the students of the Yuheng district. In fact, it was quite high. In fact, when the beautiful dean of the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy asked Ran Ran to challenge Liang Xiao, it was not that she had to let Ran Ran win. She just wanted to see how good Ran Ran was. This was because if the students of the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy really lost, she would lose face. From the very beginning, the condition she mentioned to join Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy was not to win this battle, but to perform well. Chapter 4297. The Void Dragon Sky-Shattering Strike landed on her opponent's blood-colored divine dragon armor but was unable to break through his defense. This situation made Ran Ran's heart sink. She thought back to when she had fought against Chu Yi from Donghuang Yangwu College. She had been unable to break through Chu Ye's defense and could only attack again and again to exhaust her opponent's energy. Later on, she had to join forces with Prince Bei to break through Chu Ye's defense. If not for Prince Bei, she would not have won so easily. Of course, she would have won in the end. After all, Chu Ye's endurance was too weak, but now, Liang Xiao's defense was a sky-grade dragon weapon armor. This sky-grade dragon weapon armor had extremely strong defense. Although Liang Xiao could only block Ran Ran's attack with his own blood attribute energy, he had exhausted very little of his own energy. If this went on, it would take a long time to exhaust Liang Xiao's energy. However, Ran Ran gritted her teeth and did not think too much. No matter what, she just had to attack. Because of the Dark Dragon's Art of Filth resistance, the energy in her body was continuously absorbed from her surroundings to replenish her energy. With the Dark Dragon's Art of Filth resistance, her fighting style was similar to Kang Xinmu's, which was to fight a protracted battle. Perhaps her initial burst of energy was not as strong as Liang Xiao's, but if the battle dragged on, Liang Xiao would definitely become exhausted. 9 Heavenly Dragon Blood Explosion. Just as Ran Ran's attack was blocked by Liang Xiao's counterattack came. A terrifying power and tyrannical aura came crashing down. Almost instantly, a blood-red color enveloped Ran Ran's divine dragon body. The mighty blood-red innate talent, Nirvana, swept over and instantly enveloped Ran Ran's slender black dragon body. The terrifying power spread out and actually sent Ran Ran's black dragon body flying. Specks of blood-red innate talent wrapped around Ran Ran's body and continuously exploded on her divine dragon body, producing extremely terrifying destructive power. No matter how Ran Ran flew in the air, she was unable to get rid of these blood-colored innate abilities. They were like maggots on bones, entangling her body. On the surface, Ran Ran's originally black mystical dragon body had turned blood-red. Furthermore, the blood-red color was exploding continuously, producing extremely strong destructive power. This was the innate power of the blood attribute. One had to say that it was extremely lethal. Unfortunately, Ran Ran's dark dragon filth control had already begun to allow her to recover quickly. Liang Xiao's strength was definitely second to none among the dragon martial artists of the same realm. Unfortunately, Ran Ran was a realm higher than him. As a result, Liang Zhao's attacks were not particularly fatal to Ran Ran. Ran Ran's dark dragon filth control could still allow her to persist for a long time. And just as Liang Zhao was attacking Ran Ran and the Nine Heavens Emperor Dragon blood explosion descended, Ran Ran was not idle. She constantly condensed pitch-black mystical dragon shadows around the martial sparring arena. Terrifying pitch-black beams of light shot out from the mystical dragon shadows and instantly landed on Liang Zhao's dragon armor. Liang Zhao's attacks did not stop. After a few exchanges, the two were actually evenly matched. At this time, many people were already puzzled. Liang Zhao was extremely powerful, and his Nine Heavens Emperor Dragon blood explosion was an origin dragon martial technique that was extremely suitable for his innate talent, Nirvana. Although it was only a low-tier origin skill, its destructive power was extremely strong. Especially after stacking, the innate talent of the blood attribute would be attached to the opponent's body. The power of the continuous blood explosion would become stronger and stronger. Ran Ran did not seem to be using any defensive dragon martial technique at all. How could she persist until now? From the looks of it, she did not seem to have cultivated any body-tempering dragon martial techniques. Moreover, many dragon martial artists did not understand body-tempering dragon martial techniques. Many people had guessed from Ran Ran's current performance that Ran Ran's recovery ability was very strong. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to persist for so long. If Liang Zhao's cultivation was not only at the 6th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, this Ran Ran would have been defeated long ago. However, even among the 7th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation realm students in our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy, there are not many who can last so long against Liang Zhao, right? That's right, this beauty is very strong. Around the martial sparring arena, people were constantly discussing. As there were more female students, these female students admired Liang Zhao very much. Their own strength might not be weaker than Liang Zhao's, but Liang Zhao had only joined the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy not long ago. His future was brighter than many people's. How could these female students not admire him? However, there were many people who could see Ran Ran's strength, and they acknowledged it. However, the students present weren't very strong, so they couldn't see the details. On the other hand, the super divine dragon beauty squinted her beautiful eyes when she saw Ran Ran and Liang Zhao fighting until now. She seemed to have seen through something. Interesting, she smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, after she saw through it, she said, "This battle ends here. Ran Ran's strength is not bad. She can stay in our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy and temporarily cultivate in the Alcade district." Next match, Kang Xinmu against Xiao Yuhua. Both of you go up. She originally just wanted to see Ran Ran's strength. Now that she had seen most of Ran Ran's strength, there was naturally no need for Ran Ran and Liang Zhao to continue fighting. At this point, Liang Zhao was a little unsatisfied. However, he didn't dare to disobey the dean. After returning to his human form, Liang Zhao looked at Ran Ran with determination and said, "You are not bad." Ran Ran also returned to her slender and beautiful form. She glanced at Liang Zhao and didn't say anything. Then, she turned and ran towards Kang Xinmu. Liang Zhao looked at her back and felt a little disappointed. This beauty didn't seem to be interested in him at all. After fighting with him for so many rounds, she didn't even use her defensive dragon martial technique, but he actually didn't hurt her. It wasn't easy. Liang Zhao didn't think too much and retreated to the side, preparing to watch the next match. After all, he also knew that this match was just an appetizer. Even he wasn't too interested. What Liang Zhao really cared about was the next match between Kang Xinmu and Xiao Yuhua. Liang Zhao had heard about Xiao Yuhua for a long time, but he had never seen her in action. It was said that she was very strong and extremely talented. As for Kang Xinmu, he was forced to come here from Donghuang Yangwu College. This person was even more legendary. He actually joined Donghuang Yangwu College's second school competition and defeated a student from Yuheng District. It was simply terrifying. He wanted to see what kind of skills this Kang Xinmu had. In his eyes, Kang Xinmu was also ridiculously young. So young, but he was able to step into Yuheng District. To be honest, such a genius student would probably become a super dragon god in no time. Talent was all round. The higher the battle power of a dragon martial artist, the faster the cultivation realm and the quality of the divine dragon blood would increase. This was almost an iron rule for dragon martial artists. Chapter 4298. Kang Xinmu couldn't be bothered with Liang Xiao. He walked up to the martial arts forum and cupped his fists at the beautiful girl, Xiao Yuhua, who was walking towards him. Kang Xinmu. Xiao Yuhua was wearing a white dress and looked very pure. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. She didn't respond to Kang Xinmu's greeting. It was obvious that this girl was very confident in her own strength. Let's begin. As the super mystical dragon lady spoke, the battle immediately began. Kang Xinmu transformed into a black dragon unhurriedly. After all, he wasn't the type to take the initiative to attack. Similar to Ran Ran, he had a defensive and counterattacking fighting style. Furthermore, he had a greater advantage than Ran Ran. Ran Ran didn't cultivate any body-tempering dragon martial technique. Her defense was really too weak. Any dragon martial technique that hit her would seriously injure her. Although the Dark Dragon Filth Mastery could help her recover, it was only effective against opponents at Liang Zhao's level. If it was someone at Xiao Yuhua's level or any other opponent in the Yuheng zone, Ran Ran would probably be killed in an instant if she didn't defend herself. If she died, it would be useless no matter how fast she recovered. Therefore, Kang Xinmu's advantage over Ran Ran was very obvious. His body-tempering dragon martial technique made him extremely resistant to beatings. At this moment, Xiao Yuhua transformed into a 4,000 feet long divine dragon and launched an attack at Kang Xinmu. Ask flowers but don't speak Crimson River. Xiao Yuhua executed a mid-tier dragon origin source martial technique. Immediately after, a red brilliance filled the sky and bloomed like a curtain falling from the sky. However, Kang Xinmu was surrounded by red brilliance. Each red brilliance was like the sharpest knife in the world, slashing towards Kang Xinmu's black dragon body. Martial Dragon Shield. Kang Xinmu's Grade 2 defensive dragon martial skill burst forth, but it only managed to block his opponent's attack for a moment before it was completely unable to withstand it. The crimson rays landed on him like sharp sabers and penetrated his martial dragon shield in an instant, leaving countless bloody holes on his black dragon body. This strength isn't bad, he's much stronger than Chu Qingyun. Kang Xinmu could not help but think. Not only was there no trace of pain in his eyes, but they were also filled with excitement. Fighting in such a fair environment would allow him to clearly understand his own shortcomings, as well as the areas where he needed to improve. Only this kind of battle was what he desired. However, the spectating students, including the beautiful super mystical dragon Dean, could not help but frown. With just one move, the laughing flower had seriously injured Kang Xinmu. What kind of defensive dragon martial skill did this guy use? A second-grade martial dragon shield? This is too lousy. Xiao Yuhua would probably be able to kill Kang Xinmu with just one move. How could he possibly defeat a student from Donghuang Yangwu College in the Yuheng district with such little tricks? Too weak. Was this brat lying? Many people had a strange look on their faces. Lying was meaningless in the face of absolute power. They were more willing to believe that Kang Xinmu was telling the truth. He had indeed defeated a student from the Yuheng district of Donghuang Yangwu College, and it was under the circumstance that the dean had increased his strength by 50% after the other party had cheated. In that case, Was it because the students of Donghuang Yangwu College were too weak? They didn't know. The super mystical dragon lady lowered her voice and did not say anything. She was prepared to continue watching. Actually, she had wanted to call a halt. After all, the students of Yuheng District were not new students like Liang Xiao. Their battle prowess was much, much stronger. If she was not careful, Kang Xinmu would be killed by Xiao Yuhua in the next move. That would not be fun. However, she thought of the battle between Ran Ran and Liang Xiao. Ran Ran did not have any defensive means, but she had such a strong recovery ability. Dark Dragon Filth Control, does this kid also have it? The beautiful Dean looked at Kang Xinmu. She saw that although Kang Xinmu's black dragon body was full of holes and blood was flowing from Xiao Yuhua's attack, he was unusually excited and did not have the slightest bit of fear. Void Dragon Sky Raising Strike. Kang Xinmu began to devour his opponent's power. At the same time, he launched a counterattack. His counterattack was the same as Ran Ran's, Void Dragon Sky Raising Strike. 6 black dragon shadows condensed in mid-air and then exploded into 6 beams of light that swept towards his opponent. These 6 black beams of light had quite a strong destructive power. Unfortunately, Kang Xinmu was only at the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. It was really not enough to fight against Xiao Yuhua, who was at the 8th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Even though the 6 black beams of light were powerful, they were directly blocked by Xiao Yuhua's defensive means. But at this moment, Kang Xinmu's physical body became even more powerful after devouring the power of Xiao Yuhua's Origin Dragon Martial Technique. His original injuries only looked heavy, but in reality, the Dark Dragon Filth Control was already healing him. At this moment, his devouring power had devoured his opponent's power. Flowers Don't Speak Floods the River Red was a dragon martial technique that had extremely strong control over the power of fire. In other words, Xiao Yuhua's divine dragon blood essence was of the fire attribute. At this moment, Kang Xinmu's resistance to the power of fire had directly doubled. If Xiao Yuhua could cause serious injuries to Kang Xinmu before, it could only cause minor injuries now. If it could only cause minor injuries before, it could not even hurt Kang Xinmu now. Xiao Yuhua's power was not weak, but it was not fatal to Kang Xinmu at all. One had to know that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and condensed his innate power once. His devouring innate power was now extremely powerful. When devouring the opponent's power, the effect was extremely fast. Flowers Don't Speak Floods the River Red. Another attack swept towards Kang Xinmu. The power of fire exploded into a red brilliance, like a saber descending. Xiao Yuhua clearly intended to finish off Kang Xinmu with this move. Based on the situation just now, if Kang Xinmu took this move again, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Then the battle would be over. However, when everyone thought that Kang Xinmu would be seriously injured, the red saber shadow that covered the sky landed on Kang Xinmu's black dragon body and actually only left a few shallow scratches. I don't know why. The surrounding students immediately noticed at the serious injuries that Kang Xinmu suffered just now, those deep saber wounds that were visible to the bone, had almost recovered. Now, they were only covered with a layer of blood, so he looked very miserable. In fact, Kang Xinmu's current state was actually extremely good. What's going on? Is it the same ability as that Ran just now? I don't know, it's too strange. He was obviously seriously injured, but he actually recovered directly. This recovery ability is too fast. Could it be that they have cultivated some recovery origin dragon martial technique? But this kind of fighting method, isn't it too brainless? Moreover, don't they feel pain when they are injured? No, did you guys notice that this time, this Kang Xinmu was attacked by Xiao Yuhua, but he actually didn't suffer any injuries. His physical defense is too strong. That's right, if it was any other 5th level Nirvana Tribulation Realm dragon martial artist, they would be finished in one move. This is a body-refining dragon martial technique? The surrounding spectators finally saw how powerful Kang Shinmu was. At first glance, this person seemed to be seriously injured and didn't have any means. Chapter 4299. Kang Shinmu did not pay attention to the surrounding people's discussion. Now that he was fighting with Xiao Yuhua, he had already found the feeling. It was a feeling of certain victory. Xiao Yuhua was unable to defeat him in one move, not even seriously injuring him. In that case, it was impossible for Xiao Yuhua to defeat Kang Shinmu again. Of course, Kang Shinmu might not be able to defeat Xiao Yuhua. After all, his attack was also very weak against Xiao Yuhua and could not break her defense at all. However, Kang Shinmu could continuously recover, but Xiao Yuhua might not be able to. Under such circumstances, there was still a possibility of Kang Shinmu winning. At this moment, Kang Shinmu's resistance to fire attribute power had reached its peak. Although he had only devoured the energy of Xiao Yuhua's dragon martial technique twice, his devouring power could now quickly transform the opponent's power into his own resistance. Moreover, the physical resistance of Kang Shinmu's current divine dragon body had already become stronger due to the chaotic dragon body being cultivated to the dragon rank. With all kinds of methods stacked together, even if Xiao Yuhua used the mid-tier origin source dragon martial technique, it would still be difficult for her to hurt Kang Shinmu. In the arena, Kang Shinmu's angry roar erupted, and the void dragon sky-raising breaks offensive swept out continuously. Xiao Yuhua also gritted her teeth. She did not expect Kang Shinmu to be so difficult to deal with. Originally, she thought that she would win this exchange, but now, she could not hurt Kang Shinmu at all. No matter what kind of fire attribute power she used, she could not injure Kang Shinmu too seriously. Moreover, she soon discovered that the surface of Kang Shinmu's divine dragon body was even beginning to be covered with a layer of something like charcoal. The appearance of this charcoal-like existence made her fire attribute power attack on Kang Shinmu's dragon body even more ineffective. It was like burning a piece of charcoal, without any lethality. This was the first time Xiao Yuhua encountered such a situation. What kind of body-tempering dragon martial technique is this? Are body-tempering dragon martial techniques that strong? Xiao Yuhua found it hard to imagine what kind of technique Kang Shinmu had cultivated. He was actually able to become stronger and stronger under the indiscriminate bombardment, relying on this to launch a counterattack. She was also very experienced in combat, so she quickly judged Kang Shinmu's main fighting style, and her judgment was very accurate. Although it was impossible for her to guess the details, it was already very impressive for her to be able to determine these things. She saw through this and gave up on attacking. While defending against Kang Shinmu's attack, she observed Kang Shinmu's surface condition. She discovered that after she stopped attacking, the charcoal-like substance on the surface of Kang Shinmu's dragon body gradually dissipated, revealing brand new divine dragon scales that had clearly just recovered. It seems to be effective. Her eyes lit up as if she had found a way to deal with Kang Shinmu. And after she stopped attacking, Kang Shinmu was also a little puzzled. The girl in front of him seemed to have seen through some of his fighting style. After the other party stopped attacking, Kang Shinmu's resistance to fire attribute power was indeed slowly decreasing. Although it would not decrease too much in a short period of time, but if it continued like this, his resistance to fire attribute power would really be reduced to the initial state after a few days. At that time, if the girl suddenly launched a sudden attack on him, he really might not be able to withstand it. After all, this time the other party was already mentally prepared and knew that ordinary methods were useless against Kang Shinmu. Instead, it would make Kang Shinmu's defense stronger. Although it would take a few days, but this Xiao Yuhua in front of him actually saw through this, it still made Kang Shinmu quite depressed. And it was obviously impossible for him to rely on continuous attacks to exhaust all of Xiao Yuhua's power. This Xiao Yuhua's cultivation realm was 3 levels higher than Kang Xinmu's, and the nirvana talent in her body was many times more concentrated than Kang Xinmu's. If this continued, Kang Xinmu really did not have the confidence to kill her. This battle is a draw. At this moment, the beautiful super mystical dragon Dean suddenly spoke, asking the two of them to end the battle. Obviously, she also saw that this battle would be in a stalemate, so she ended the battle prematurely. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle, so there was no need to determine the winner. Actually, when Xiao Yuhua gave up on attacking Kang Xinmu, there was no need for the battle to continue. Because even Xiao Yuhua had been forced to stop, no matter what, Kang Xinmu had the strength to fight to a draw with Xiao Yuhua. Since he had the strength to fight to a draw with Xiao Yuhua, then there was not much of a problem for him to join the Yuheng district of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Kang Xinmu, you will officially join our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy and become a student of the Yuheng district. The beautiful super mystical dragon Dean glanced at Kang Xinmu. But you also know that each Dragon Martial Arts Academy can only have a maximum of 15 students in the Yuheng district. And our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy's quota is full. In other words, you are currently only a student of the Yuheng district, and you cannot enjoy some of the privileges of a student of the Yuheng district. For example, cultivating in the Yuheng district. I hope you can understand. After all, if you go to the Yuheng district to cultivate, the dragon mark energy that the other Yuheng district students can absorb will be affected. Kang Xinmu was very clear about this. Now that he had interfered, it was not very possible for him to cultivate in the Yuheng district. But this was not what he wanted. After all, it was not the time for him to absorb a large amount of dragon mark energy. As long as he could accept the training missions that only Yuheng district students could accept, it would be enough. Then, I should be able to accept the training missions in the Yuheng district, right? Kang Xinmu asked. It's not a big problem to go to the Yuheng district to cultivate, at least not in the near future. Anyway, he would only have to wait for 1 more year. When the next competition between the academies started, he would fight his way to the Yuheng district openly. By then, it would be impossible for them not to give him a quota to cultivate. Of course. The beautiful super mystical dragon Dean glanced at Kang Xinmu, smiled, and said, "You're not bad. However, when you reach the Yuheng district, it's a little different from before. Go to the training stone tablet, and you'll find something." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand, and a stream of flame energy descended from the sky, landing on the back of Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran's hands. It was a picture of a fire phoenix spreading its wings. Emperor Shi's seal. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran were a little excited. The appearance of the Emperor Shi's seal meant that they had truly become students of the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. However, Kang Xinmu looked at his other wrist. Chu Yueqiang's ice flower mark had disappeared, and he could not help but feel a little disappointed. All of this was because of Xiaofan, who had brought trouble to Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Now that he had joined the Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, he would definitely do his best to cultivate and rise. In the future, he would definitely make Xiaofan pay the price. Chapter 4300. After obtaining Emperor Shi's seal, Kang Xinmu was now considered an official student of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. However, because he was only a student of Yuheng district in name, he was temporarily arranged to stay in the palace of Yaoguang district. The palaces of Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran were quite close. Moreover, the beautiful super mystical dragon Dean personally brought the two of them to the palaces that were arranged for them. Along the way, Kang Xinmu saw many students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. He felt that there were indeed more female students in this academy. However, this had nothing to do with Kang Xinmu. Anyway, he rarely interacted with other students. The key was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. As for the relaxed requirements of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy for female dragon martial artists, Kang Xinmu did not care. Those male dragon martial artists who met the requirements could also go to other dragon martial academies. When Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy recruited students, they would basically remind the male students and give them a chance to be teleported to other dragon martial academies. This kind of opportunity was quite good for male dragon martial artists, and it was also beneficial for other dragon martial academies. The other dragon martial academies would not reject it. Very soon, the beautiful super mystical dragon Dean brought Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran to their respective palaces. "Dean, how should I address you?" When they parted, Kang Xinmu was quite grateful to the beautiful super mystical dragon Dean, so he could not help but ask. "Just call me Dean." The other party did not say much. She only smiled faintly and turned to leave. Kang Xinmu did not think much of it. He had finally arrived at Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy, and he had the token that Yu Tianchang gave him. It seemed that this beautiful Dean was a little too nice to him. After all, she personally led the way to their accommodations, and other students did not receive such treatment. Next, Kang Xinmu rested for a night, then brought Ran Ran to the place where the experience stone tablet was located. After the situation was settled, he had to work hard. He had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Right now, he was nominally a student of the Yuheng district of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Hence, he could accept missions that only students of the Yuheng district could accept. When he brought Ran Ran near the experience stone stele, he took a few glances and his expression became extremely interesting. The experience stone stele that the students of Yuheng district saw was actually like this? To be honest, he had never thought that the contents of the experience stone tablet would change according to the student's status. No wonder all the students from the other districts would come to this experience stone tablet to accept their missions. Previously, Kang Xinmu could only see the missions in the outermost Alcade district on the experience stone tablet. But now, he could see a lot more experience missions. The extra training missions were all missions that were suitable for the students of Yuheng district to attempt to complete. Moreover, there was a category that caught Kang Xinmu's attention. That was the Beast Abyss Trial. Kang Xinmu did not know what the Beast Abyss Trial was. He did not know what kind of place the Beast Abyss was. However, it seemed to be a series of training missions, and there was no clear goal. The experience stone tablet only stated that as long as one brought back a demonic core, they would be able to exchange it for experience points. The demonic cores of different levels of demonic beasts could be exchanged for different experience points. Of course, the stronger the demonic beast, the more experience points one could exchange for. In other words, this Beast Abyss is a place where demonic beasts gather. Students can go in and kill demonic beasts at will, obtain demonic cores, and exchange them for experience points. Kang Xinmu thought about it and decided to take it that way for the time being. He had always been curious about where the Dragon Martial Academy got so many cultivation resources from. After all, many pills and the like required materials to make them. Now he understood. This Beast Abyss should be a place with abundant resources, and the things that students obtained could be exchanged for experience points. The Dragon Martial Academy collected these things and made them into pills and the like, then let the students exchange experience points for them. This was a virtuous cycle. You want to go to the Beast Abyss? Just as Kang Xinmu was observing the experience stone tablet, a voice suddenly rang out. It was a girl's voice, and it was delicate and clear, as if she was in a dream. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran turned around and saw the Yuheng Zone student, Xiao Yuhua, wearing a long green dress, slowly flying toward the experience stone tablet. She looked at Kang Xinmu with interest. The Beast Abyss sounds very attractive, but the competition here is very strong. Dragon martial artists from our Yuheng zone don't recommend going to the Beast Abyss. Why? Isn't it just hunting demonic beasts? Kang Xinmu was somewhat puzzled. He did not feel too distant with Xiao Yuhua. After all, they would be in the same academy in the future, and he would definitely have many interactions with her. Although it's just hunting demonic beasts, there are weak and strong demonic beasts. You won't be able to deal with strong demonic beasts. Many weak demonic beasts will seek refuge with strong demonic beasts to protect themselves. Xiao Yuhua explained, the key is that the Beast Abyss is not only accessible to students from our Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. Students from the other 3 Dragon Martial Academies can also go. Therefore, the competition in the Beast Abyss is very intense. Usually, even if you want to go, you will form a large team and not go alone. Of course, if you are good at hiding and have the ability to protect yourself, then going to the Beast Abyss is not a bad choice. The Beast Abyss is rich in resources, and there are even many wild treasures. If one's own safety is guaranteed, it would be much faster to mingle in the Beast Abyss than to complete those low-level training missions. After Xiao Yuhua's explanation, Kang Xinmu understood what the Beast Abyss was all about. The students from the Yuheng zone barely met the requirements to go to the Beast Abyss. However, those who would really go to the Beast Abyss were usually the stronger students. Otherwise, even if they went in and killed demonic beasts, the other students from the Dragon Martial Academy might snatch the spoils of war. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the Beast Abyss. Kang Xinmu nodded and said, I understand. Thank you. Then I won't go to the Beast Abyss for now. I'll look at the other missions. He found out that Ran could not go to the Beast Abyss with him. There were no restrictions on the other missions. If Kang Xinmu accepted them, he could also bring Ran to complete them. After completing them, both parties would be rewarded with experience points. However, only students from the Yuheng zone could go to the Beast Abyss. This was an iron rule. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Chapter 4301. Kang Xinmu put aside the matter of training in the Beast Abyss for the time being. Then, he began to choose from the missions on the Experience Stone Steel. The number of missions available to students in the Yuheng district was obviously much more than before. This was definitely not due to the change to the Dragon Martial Academy. I'll take this mission. Hunt the floating dragon country's snow sky wolf demon. Jiang Shenwu took a look and decided on the target he wanted to deal with this time. The floating dragon country was located to the north of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. That place was rather cold, so if there were any demonic beasts, they would be extremely resistant to the cold. There were snow sky wolf demons in the Flame Dragon Empire as well. They were demonic beasts that traveled in packs. Once they appeared, they would be in large packs. As for the grades of demonic beasts, the previous Kang Xinmu only knew about the Sky Demon. But to the current him, the Sky Demon of the past was nothing at all. In the past, when Jiang Shenwu was in the Jiang clan, the earth demons that he had encountered were basically equivalent to the Dragon Ascension realm. In front of the current Jiang Shenwu, he could easily kill them. The so-called Sky Demon back then, Kang Xinmu felt that it was similar to a dragon martial artist who had inherited the essence of a sky dragon martial artist and cultivated to the divine martial realm. The divine martial realm of the divine dragon martial artist could not even withstand one move from Kang Xinmu. But the grading of demonic beasts was not that simple. The demonic beasts that Kang Xinmu would face now were all much stronger than the sky demon beasts he had encountered before. Like dragon martial artists, demonic beasts also had nirvana tribulations. Once they passed the nirvana tribulations, they would become nirvana tribulation realm demonic beasts. Their combat strength would increase, and their demon cores would possess nirvana power. The Liang cat beasts that Kang Shinmu had faced before were Nirvana Tribulation Realm demonic beasts. Other than cultivation levels, demonic beasts were also differentiated by the strength of their bloodlines. The golden Liang cat beast was similar to the Dragon King's inherited blood essence, while the silver Liang cat beast was similar to the divine dragon's inherited blood essence. At that time, they were all close to the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. That was why it was so difficult for Kang Shinmu and the others to deal with them. The golden beam cat beast wasn't something he could deal with alone back then. But it was different now. Kang Shinmu now understood that the bloodline of the monster beast was similar to the dragon martial artist's blood essence. The most basic was the mortal Fey, followed by the Sky Fey. Back in the Jiang clan, Kang Shinmu and the others were too weak, so the Fey beasts they encountered were at most of this level. However, after the Sky Demons, there was the even stronger Saint Demons. After the Saint Demons, there was the Demon Kings, and finally, the Demon Sovereigns. The combat power of a Demon Emperor was already comparable to that of a Dragon Emperor. Kang Shinmu only learned the detailed classification of demonic beasts' bloodlines after he entered the Dragon Martial Academy. Before that, he wasn't very clear about it. The target of this training mission was the floating dragon country's Snow Wolf Demon. It was led by a Demon King, many Saint Demons, and even more Heaven Demons. Such a Snow Wolf Demon pack couldn't be encircled on a large scale. Otherwise, these Snow Wolf Demons would all hide in the snowy mountains, and it would be impossible to find them. Therefore, it naturally became the training mission of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. The Demon King leading them was at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Only the students of the Yuheng district would be able to contend against this kind of wolf demon leader, not to mention the countless weaker wolf demons in the surroundings. All of them added together, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to handle them. However, this training mission was perfect for Kang Shinmu and Ran Ran. Kang Shinmu could hold off the Demon King while Ran Ran dealt with the other wolf demons around them. It wouldn't be a problem at all. This was because the cultivation of the dark dragon filth controlling art made their endurance in battle extremely strong. I'll take this mission. Kang Shinmu accepted such a training mission and had Ran Ran leave a mark on the stone tablet. This meant that Ran Ran was willing to take this mission with him. Snow Wolf Demon? Xiao Yuhua's expression changed when she saw Kang Shinmu accept such a training mission. This mission can't be completed by just 1 or 2 people. It's said that there are at least 1,000 Snow Wolf Demons in that area. It's okay. Even if there are 10,000, I'm not afraid, let alone 1,000. Kang Shinmu said with a smile. Xiao Yuhua looked at him, then at Ran Ran, and secretly shook her head. She had fought with Kang Shinmu before and knew that Kang Shinmu's endurance in battle was very strong. However, no matter how strong his combat power was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of 1,000 Snow Wolf Demons, right? He was injured too quickly and heavily. He couldn't recover in time, and his strength couldn't keep up. Xiao Yuhua didn't say much. Anyway, Kang Shinmu's relationship with her was just that, and they were even somewhat competitive. If Kang Shinmu really suffered some losses, she would be happy to see it. Of course, she believed that with Kang Shinmu's means and ability, he wouldn't die in the floating dragon country. Seeing that she didn't say much, Kang Shinmu nodded at Ran Ran and led her directly to the Emperor Shi Formation. The Emperor Shi Formation corresponded to the East Emperor Formation of Donghuang Yangwu College. It was the place where the training mission departed and returned. Without the Emperor Shi Formation, it would take the students a few months to complete the training mission. It wouldn't be efficient at all. Kang Shinmu brought Ran Ran to the Emperor Shi Formation. The number of students in the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy was about the same as that of Donghuang Yangwu College. Therefore, it wasn't easy to meet other students near the Emperor Shi Formation and the training stone steel. He brought Ran Ran with him and headed to the location marked on the training mission on the training stone steel. He paid some experience points and chose to teleport there. What Kang Xinmu didn't expect was that the experience points seemed to be universal in all the major dragon martial academies. He still had some experience points left in Donghuang Yangu College, and he could use them to activate the Emperor Shi formation. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to borrow some experience points from other people. The Emperor Shi formation was activated. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran were teleported to a land of ice and snow. The place where they appeared seemed to be a dragon warrior military camp. The camp of dragon martial artists was stationed at the foot of a snowy mountain. It could be felt that many dragon martial artists with Sky Dragon and True Dragon blood essence were stationed in the camp. However, the members of the dragon martial artist army seemed to be very depressed. Those snow mountain demon wolves were too cunning. If they encountered a large group, they would flee. If they encountered a small group, they would kill them. This caused the dragon martial artist army of the floating dragon country to suffer heavy losses. Chapter 4302. When Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran appeared in the camp of the dragon martial artist army, many dragon martial artists looked at them. The students from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy are here. Soon, someone recognized them. However, after taking a closer look at Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran's cultivation realm, their expressions changed again and again. What's going on? Why are there two students from the Dragon Martial Academy? One is at the 7th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, and the other is only at the 5th tier of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. They can't possibly be here to hunt the Snow Wolf Demon, right? Nonsense. The Snow Wolf Demon King has many Nirvana Tribulation Realm Saint Demons at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. These two students can't even deal with them. They started whispering to each other. They were obviously not optimistic about Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran. Rather than saying that Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran were here to hunt the Snow Wolf Demon, it was more likely that they were just here to check on the situation. Generally speaking, this was also the case. Some students from the Dragon Martial Academy were not sure if they could accept the mission, so they would come to check on the situation first. If they couldn't, they would just go back and give up. After all, the Dragon Martial Academy did not provide much information. Many things had to be investigated on the spot. Now, in the eyes of these Dragon Martial artists, Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran should be here to check on the situation. A Rebirth Tribulation Realm Dragon Martial Artist, who also had the powerful blood essence of the Dragon King, quickly arrived in front of Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran. Hello, both of you. This person should be the commander of the Dragon Martial Artist army in charge of this area. After all, a Rebirth Tribulation Realm Dragon King powerhouse was about the same strength as the 12 Flame Dragon envoys of the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. Moreover, the guy in front of him gave Kang Xinmu a lot more pressure than the 12 Flame Dragon envoys. Their realms should be about the same, but his methods and combat strength were enough to crush the Flame Dragon envoys of the Yen Dragon Emperor dynasty. This was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was very polite to Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran. Kang Xinmu smiled and said, "We're here to hunt the Snow Sky Wolf Demon Beasts. I wonder where they are now, and how many of them are there?" "Just the two of you?" The bearded middle-aged man looked a little surprised. "That's right, just the two of us." Kang Xinmu nodded. The bearded man could not help but laugh. "Little brother, those Snow Sky Wolf demons are not so easy to deal with. The leader is a Snow Wolf demon at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He has 8 saint demons under him, and all of them are at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. These Snow Sky Wolf demons have been causing trouble for a long time. Unfortunately, we have no way to eliminate them. After all, they are wolves and are too cunning. However, they are also trapped in the snow mountain by us, unable to obtain more resources to improve their realm. Therefore, there are no reincarnation tribulation realm existences among them. However, that demon king should be able to choose to break through. Unfortunately, breaking through to the reincarnation tribulation realm will cause quite a commotion, and it does not dare to break through in the snow mountain. To break through to the reincarnation tribulation realm, one had to undergo the reincarnation tribulation. The strength of the snow sky wolf demon was far inferior to that of many dragon emperors. If they were to fight head-on, even the bearded middle-aged man in front of Kong Shinmu could easily kill that demon king. However, the key was that the snow sky wolf demon king was too cunning, and it was impossible to accurately pinpoint its location. Once a powerful dragon martial artist appeared, the wolf demons would directly hide in the Great Snow Mountain, making it difficult to find them. That was why this group of snow sky wolf demons had survived until now. However, if they wanted to improve, it would be more difficult. The snow sky wolf demons had already eaten all the heavenly treasures in the vicinity of the snowy mountains. If the entire tribe stayed in the Great Snowy Mountains, it was likely that they would run out of food. After all, this group was too large. Therefore, I'm afraid the two of you are not enough, the bearded middle-aged man said honestly. It's precisely because we don't look strong that we can take the opportunity to kill that group of snow sky wolf demons, isn't that right? Kong Shinmu smiled and shook his head. He was not angry. There was no need for him to be angry at the other party's kind reminder. No one would look down on the students of the Dragon Martial Academy. The bearded middle-aged man also felt that Kong Shinmu and Ran Ran definitely had some tricks up their sleeves. However, no matter how strong they were, their cultivation levels were too low, and it would be difficult for them to deal with that group of snow sky wolf demons. Therefore, he was thinking about Kong Shinmu and Ran Ran's safety. However, Kong Shinmu was much more relieved after understanding the overall strength of the group of snow sky wolf demons. There was only one demon king and not many saint demons. The rest were all sky demons. Although sky demons were very powerful, they were nothing to the current Kong Shinmu. He would not be injured no matter how the sky demons attacked him. Don't worry. Senior, just tell me where the group of snow sky wolf demons appeared last time. We can just go there and kill them. Kong Shinmu said to the other party. The bearded middle-aged man carefully sized up Jiang Shenwu, looked again, and finally sighed. He shook his head and said, "Then take this well." He handed a tube of fireworks to Kong Shinmu. "If you encounter any danger and can't hold on, light this up. Our people will be there as soon as possible." "Thank you." Kong Shinmu took the tube of fireworks and did not reject it. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. Not to mention him, even students who were stronger than him might encounter fatal danger. If he encountered danger, this tube of fireworks could save his life. This made Kong Shinmu feel a little emotional. Previously, when he was in Donghuang Yangwu College, there might have been some secret rules that if students encountered danger during training, the mark on their wrists was a life-saving measure. Now, Kong Shinmu had Emperor Shi's seal on his wrist. The beautiful dean told him that if he encountered some danger, he could activate Emperor Shi's seal, but he only had one chance. The other students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy were the same as when he was in Donghuang Yangwu College. They had the help of mentors and 3 chances. However, Kong Shinmu came in through special channels. He was directly protected by the beautiful dean who was a super mystical dragon. Although he only had one chance, the beautiful dean was much stronger than ordinary mentors. When he was in Donghuang Yangwu College, the dragon country that issued missions basically did not care about the life and death of the college. After all, they had their own life-saving measures. He did not expect the Dragon Martial Artist Legion commander of the floating dragon country to be so concerned about Kong Shinmu. He also did not know if all the dragon countries near Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy were like this, or was this a special case. Perhaps it's the floating dragon country's own investment. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. After all, he was a student of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy and had a bright future. Chapter 4303. After clarifying the situation, Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran bade farewell to the Dragon Martial Warrior Corps. The two transformed into dragons and flew towards the Great Snow Mountain. The Snow Wolf demons were located in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain. The entire Great Snow Mountain covered a vast area. Even if there were thousands of Snow Wolf demons, it would be difficult to find them hiding in the Great Snow Mountain. Therefore, Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran did not intend to waste any effort to find them. They intended to enter the Great Snow Mountain in a high-profile manner and lure them out. From the Dragon Martial Warrior Corps of the Floating Dragon Country, Kang Xinmu knew that the Snow Wolf demons were having a hard time. After all, they could not leave the vicinity of the Great Snow Mountain, and food was scarce. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran did not have a high cultivation base. If they appeared in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, the Snow Wolf demons would definitely try to attack them. The Snow Wolf demons were very vigilant. If there were other beings behind Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran, the Snow Wolf demons would not appear. However, if they went in alone, there would be no other Dragon Martial Warrior within a radius of 10,000 miles. Under such circumstances, the Snow Wolf demons would not give up this opportunity. Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran, and the two black dragons proudly roamed the Great Snow Mountain. When they reached the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, the two dragons were covered in a layer of snow. However, they only needed to tremble slightly to shake off the layer of snow. The two pretended to be in a hurry, and flew straight into the depths of the Great Snow Mountain from above, after a day and night. The two black dragons, which were more than 4,000 feet long, stopped on a peak of the Great Snow Mountain and took a break. In fact, Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran did not need to rest. However, normal Dragon Martial Warriors of this level would definitely need to rest for a while after flying for a day and night. This towering snowy peak was the place that Jiang Shenwu planned to use as the battlefield. He stopped and did not move for the time being. Instead, he returned to his human form and rested with Ran Ran. They looked very relaxed, but in fact, they were constantly observing the situation around them. Once there was anything unusual, they would immediately notice it. However, to Kang Xinmu's surprise, as soon as he returned to his human form, he saw a shadow flash past his eyes. If it was somewhere else, he might not have been able to discover this figure. But this was the Great Snow Mountain. Everything was white. Anyone could see the slightest abnormality at a glance. It's the Nightmare Ink Beast. Although Kang Xinmu couldn't see it clearly, he was sure of the identity of the figure. He had never imagined that this Mo Wu beast would actually follow him all the way from Donghuang Yangwu College to such a faraway place. It must have been attached to his black dragon body all this time, preventing it from showing any signs of abnormalities. No one had discovered any traces of it. But when they arrived at the Great Snow Mountain, Kang Xinmu transformed into his human form, and the Nightmare Ink Beast could no longer remain hidden. Of course, this was only in relative terms. In any case, the figure in front of Kang Xinmu had only flashed for a moment before disappearing. Even Kang Xinmu did not know where that fellow had run off to. In any case, this Nightmare Ink Beast following Kang Xinmu was a good thing for Kang Xinmu. Now, he also suspected that his enhanced perception had something to do with the Nightmare Ink Beast's attachment. It was precisely because the Nightmare Ink Beast was by his side that he could sense the Nightmare Ink Beast's approach earlier. The Nightmare Ink Beast's figure only flashed for a moment before disappearing. On this snowy mountain, no one knew where it had hidden itself. However, the Nightmare Ink Beast's concealment ability was too strong. Even in this environment, as long as one adapted a little, no one would be able to find a trace of it. Ignore it for now. This fellow is very good at survival and concealment. Kang Shinmu shook his head, not thinking too much about it. Although the nightmare ink beast followed him, and he was relatively familiar with it, it was impossible for him to capture it. If the nightmare ink beast did not appear on its own, Kang Shinmu would just pretend that it did not exist. Moreover, this thing would not affect Kang Shinmu much. He and Ran Ran squatted on the peak of this snowy mountain for an entire night. During this period, they pretended to be cultivating. The moonlight shone on the snowy mountain, reflecting the light of the snowflakes. On the snowy plains, there was a bright glow. Although it was night, the vision was not bad at all. Instead, it was very wide. The cold wind blew, but to Kang Shinmu and Ran Ran, it did not affect them at all. Just like this, the sky was about to brighten. Suddenly, there were some noises in the surroundings, coming from the darkness. Snow Sky Wolf demons seem to have surrounded us. Kang Shinmu's heart stirred. On the surface, he did not show it, but in reality, he was already extremely vigilant. On the way here, he had already discussed with Ran Ran. The Demon King leader of the Snow Sky Wolf demons would be dealt with by Kang Shinmu himself. As for the other small fries, he would leave it to Ran Ran to deal with. Although there were 8 wolf demons with sacred demon bloodlines among this pack of Snow Sky Wolf demons, to Ran Ran, they did not pose much of a threat. The other dragon martial artists were mainly afraid that there were too many wolves. If that happened, they would exhaust their strength, and no matter how strong they would be devoured by the wolves. But Kang Shinmu and Ran Ran had both cultivated the Dark Dragon Filth Control art. In terms of protracted battles, they were at least 10 times stronger than ordinary dragon martial artists. Sensing that the surrounding wolf pack seemed to be approaching, Kang Shinmu and Ran Ran both became vigilant. All of a sudden, a thick layer of snowflakes exploded beneath their feet. 2 incomparably tyrannical figures flew out from under their feet. They were actually incomparably huge, like a 3-story pavilion. The huge black figures were reflected on the snowy mountain under the moonlight. These 2 were 2 sacred demon-level Snow Sky Wolf demons. They were in wolf form, but their bodies were much larger, and they could swallow 10 Kang Shinmus in one mouthful. This was because of the sacred demon bloodline. The 2 sacred demon Snow Sky Wolf demons, which were hundreds of feet long, suddenly appeared, wanting to catch Kang Shinmu and Ran Ran unprepared. Unfortunately, the 2 were already prepared. When the snow under their feet exploded, they transformed into dragons at almost the same time. Dragon martial artists transforming into dragons, intimidating the heavens and earth. 2 more than 400 feet long Dragon King bodies instantly appeared on the snowy mountain. In the exploding snowflakes, a few black dragon phantoms appeared in the surroundings. Immediately after, 6 pitch-black beams of light swept towards the 2 Snow Sky Wolf demons that suddenly attacked. The terrifying power instantly blasted the 2 Snow Sky Wolf demons back. The other party wanted to launch a sneak attack, but their sneak attack did not succeed. They did not panic even though their attack did not hit. Instead, they calmly retreated, their wolf eyes revealing a vigilant look. The Void Dragon sky-piercing break attacks didn't cause much damage to them. This was because these 2 sacred demons were powerful existences at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Chapter 4304. I'll leave these 2 sacred snow wolves to you first. Kang Shinmu looked at the 2 sacred snow wolves and said to Ran Ran. Ran Ran, who had transformed into a slender black dragon, nodded. She flew forward. Her 400-foot-long divine dragon body was extremely oppressive in front of the 2 sacred snow wolves. She executed the Shadow Dragon sky-piercing strike once again. It exploded with terrifying power and swept towards the 2 sacred snow wolves. Unfortunately, her attack was a little weak against the 2 sacred snow wolves. A blizzard erupted around the two sacred snow wolves at almost the same time, surrounding them and protecting them tightly. Ran Ran's attack was actually unable to break through the protective layer of the blizzard that surrounded them. However, Kang Xinmu didn't mind. In comparison, Ran Ran's attack was indeed more simple, but she could withstand it. Although she didn't cultivate any body-tempering dragon martial techniques, she didn't have any strong defensive dragon martial techniques. However, her strong recovery ability allowed her to withstand the attacks of the two sacred snow wolves without any pressure. Not to mention too, even if more came, she would still be fine. Kang Xinmu was wary of his surroundings. He didn't expect the snow wolves to be able to burrow into the snow. No wonder the dragon martial artists couldn't find them when they were hiding. He didn't know if the entire snow sky wolf demon tribe had come. Could it be that thousands of snow wolves were hiding in the snow beneath their feet? Soon, Kang Xinmu knew that his guess was correct. As the two sacred snow wolves and Ran fought fiercely, more and more sacred snow wolves emerged from the snow beneath them. Every sacred snow wolf, regardless of the grade of their bloodline, was exceptionally ferocious. Looking at the divine dragons that Kang Xinmu and Ran had transformed into, they felt incomparably ferocious. They were too hungry. The snow wolf demon tribe had eaten most of the edible things in the snowy mountains. Now that they saw two dragon martial artists, how could they not be excited? More and more snow sky wolf demons appeared, and a few other saint demons emerged from the ice and snow, charging towards Ran who was closest to them. Kang Xinmu was quite a distance away, so these snow sky wolf demons might think that he was trying to escape. It would be rather difficult for a saint-level demon to catch up with Kang Xinmu. Therefore, the snow wolves did not chase after Kang Xinmu. But soon, a snow-white brilliance suddenly burst out from a snow-white mountain peak, and then a snow-white giant wolf demon rushed out. When the gigantic snow-white wolf demon broke through the ice and charged towards Kang Xinmu, all the snow wolf demons howled at the same time. It was the demon king of the snow heavenly wolf demon tribe. The howls of the snow sky wolf demon kings seemed to have a strange power that increased the power and strength of the snow sky wolf demon king that suddenly attacked. Originally, Kang Xinmu did not need to be afraid of the demon king's attack at the level of the body refining dragon martial technique. But after the howling of the wolves, the demon king could already pose a threat to Kang Xinmu. Of course, the threat did not mean the threat to kill him. It was almost impossible for Kang Xinmu to die in the hands of the demon king. The snow sky wolf demon king was about the same size as the divine dragon body of a dragon king or a dragon martial artist. Its whole body was surrounded by the terrifying power of the blizzard. A gust of wind and snow seemed to fall from the sky, enveloping Kang Xinmu in the sky. The terrible lethality left horrible bloody marks on his divine dragon body. Because it was an attack formed by the power of ice and snow, the bloody marks were frozen as soon as they appeared. The black dragon that Jiang Shenwu had transformed into was covered in blood stains that had been frozen by ice and snow. He looked extremely miserable, and even the aura and pressure of a dragon martial artist had been reduced to its lowest point. A heavy blow. Jiang Shenwu did not expect the demon king to be so tyrannical. He could feel the pain coming from the divine dragon's body, but it was as if he did not feel it. The devouring nirvana power had already erupted in secret. The dark dragon filth controlling skill also began to quickly heal the injuries suffered by Kang Xinmu. The power of devouring nirvana turned into a black mist, covering his whole body, and soon the power of ice and snow that had gathered was completely devoured. It would only take a moment for Kang Xinmu to recover from this injury. Moreover, his resistance to the power of ice and snow would increase to a very terrifying level. Void Dragon Sky-Piercing Strike. Kang Xinmu used the same method as Ran to counterattack the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King. Although this dragon martial technique seemed a little weak now, there was no doubt that it was still Kang Xinmu's most powerful attack. 6 beams of pitch-black power shot out from the mouths of the 6 black dragon shadows in midair, instantly hitting the body of the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King. Unfortunately, this level of attack could not even break the defense of a sacred Fae, let alone this Demon King. However, Kang Shinmu did not care. He was just giving it a try anyway. It was enough to exhaust the power of the Demon King. Faced with Kang Shinmu's attack, the Demon King of course gathered the power of ice and snow and blocked it with a defensive method. Immediately after, it launched an attack on Kang Shinmu. It discovered that Kang Shinmu had been seriously injured by it. It only needed to attack a few more times and the dragon martial artist in front of it would become its food. Unfortunately, when it launched a second attack on Kang Shinmu, it discovered that this time, Kang Shinmu was not seriously injured. Kang Shinmu's resistance to the power of ice and snow became stronger and stronger. He was originally the type of person who was proficient in protracted battles. At this moment, the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King failed to kill Kang Shinmu with one blow and make Kang Shinmu lose the ability to fight. This meant that it was already heading towards defeat. As if sensing that Kang Shinmu had some special ability, the Demon King did not attack Kang Shinmu unscrupulously. Instead, it howled. In this howl, which was filled with the aura of a king, more and more Snow Sky Wolf demons emerged from the ice and snow below and attacked Kang Shinmu. There were hundreds of them. Many of these Snow Sky Wolf demons had the bloodline of a sky demon, but their cultivation had also reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Once the number of such existences reached a certain level, they would pose a great threat to ordinary dragon martial artists. But now, Kang Shinmu did not care about the number of opponents at all. Let them attack as they please. If they can hurt me, it's my loss. Kang Shinmu did not care about the Snow Sky Wolf demons at all. One had to know that he had faced an army of dragon martial artists alone when he was in the Fire Dragon army. Moreover, the current Kang Shinmu was not just a little bit stronger than back then. These Snow Sky Wolf demons in front of him were nothing. Go ahead and attack. Kang Shinmu was calm. Countless Snow Sky Wolf demons attacked Kang Shinmu from all directions, erupting with extremely terrifying power of wind and snow. However, this level of power of wind and snow was simply negligible to Kang Shinmu. In the next moment, Kang Shinmu's black dragon body directly rushed out of the encirclement of the wolves without using any methods or dragon martial techniques. Chapter 4305. The battle had begun. Kang Shinmu's black dragon body unleashed endless energy from the devouring Nirvana force, enveloping the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King and frantically devouring all its power. Although the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King was at the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, it was nothing to Kang Shinmu. The current Kang Shinmu could already deal with existences at the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Of course, as long as the opponent was not a Dragon Emperor or a Demon Emperor, it would be fine. Otherwise, Kang Shinmu was still far from it. Moreover, among dragon martial artists, the improvement of the divine dragon blood essence was synchronized with the improvement of one's cultivation level. Both needed time to improve. Therefore, most Dragon Emperor experts had reached the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. Kang Shinmu was no match for such an existence. But against king-level opponents, Kang Shinmu was not afraid at all. For demonic beasts, their bloodline level was fixed at birth and could not be changed. When they reached adulthood, they would be able to unleash their full combat power. After that, they would need to cultivate. For example, this Snow Sky Wolf Demon King had reached the peak of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Due to the lack of more cultivation resources, it had reached its limit. It was too difficult to break through to the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. This Snow Sky Wolf Demon King now shouldered the mission of the continuation of its entire race. It only wanted to break through the floating dragon country's blockade of the Great Snow Mountain. Unfortunately, they had done too much evil in the floating dragon country and fed on dragon martial artists. The floating dragon country would not let them off. The path of survival was either you die or I die. Soon, Kang Shinmu's opponent was only a Snow Sky Wolf Demon King. The other Snow Sky Wolf demons that surrounded Jiang Shenwu were all smashed into pieces by the Void Dragon Sky-raising smash condensed from the devouring Nirvana energy. None of the Snow Sky Wolf demons could withstand a single blow from Kang Shinmu. Moreover, when these wolf demons died, their life force would be devoured by Jiang Shenwu, causing Jiang Shenwu's strength to grow stronger and stronger. Moreover, with the surrounding attacks, Jiang Shenwu's ice and snow resistance became incomparably terrifying. This Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe basically had no way of harming Jiang Shenwu. Even the Demon King couldn't hurt Jiang Shenwu at all, even if he used all kinds of methods. This was the power of devouring Nirvana force. The devouring power brought about by the Black Dragon's consciousness allowed Jiang Shenwu to truly become invincible among his peers. He could even defeat opponents who were several realms above him. As long as he did not die, the opponent would be. Not long, the Snow Wolf Demon King, Demon Spirit Mountain, would be dead. It really didn't have much energy to waste, because the resources in the Snow Mountain were too little, so it couldn't last long. Seeing that Jiang Shenwu was still as lively as ever, the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King could only choose to retreat. It wanted to escape. Unfortunately, when it wanted to run, Jiang Shenwu used the Extreme Shadow Flowing Light's dragon martial skill and quickly chased after it. Furthermore, he used the Profound Dragon Seeking Shadow technique to closely track the opponent's aura. Finally, after crossing two snowy mountains, Kang Shinmu killed the Snow Sky Wolf Demon King. Looking back, Ran was still at ease. Kang Shinmu did not hesitate. He went forward to help and killed all the Saint-level Snow Sky Wolf demons. These Saint demons did not retreat even if they died. But under the protection of these Saint demons, some of the weaker or younger Snow Sky Wolf demons fled for their lives. Knowing that the Demon King was dead, the Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe did not dare to fight with Kang Shinmu and Ran. They only wanted to preserve their fire seed and let their bloodline continue. Kang Shinmu did not chase after the escaping Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe. Because there were too many of them and they were scattered in all directions, no one could find them if they went under the snowy mountains. Although they would starve to death if they stayed under the snowy mountains, Kang Shinmu did not have the time to kill so many Snow Sky Wolf demons. He had obtained a Demon King's Demon Core and 8 Demon Cores of Saint Demons. These 9 Demon Cores could prove that Kang Shinmu had defeated the entire Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe. Moreover, these 9 Demon Cores were spoils of war. He did not need to hand them over. They could be used as proof. Jiang Shenwu sighed with emotion as he looked at the snow all over the ground that had been dyed bright red. The scene of the Holy Fae risking their lives to protect the other Wolf Fae's escape made him feel rather emotional. Even though these Snow Sky Wolf demons were enemies who killed dragon martial artists and ate them as food, their sacrificial spirit was still moving. Before Ran left, she kept looking back. Unfortunately, they soon left the snowy mountains. Kang Shinmu thought that Ran's background seemed to be related to the snowy mountains. She had lived under the snow for many years, and it was under the snow that she had cultivated the dark dragon filth controlling skill. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive until now. Of course, when Kang Shinmu brought Ran and the 9 demon cores that were still stained with blood back to the floating dragon country's dragon martial army camp outside the great snowy mountains, everyone was shocked. The 2 of them had killed the Demon King and 8 Saint Demons in a short period of time. The Snow Sky Wolf demons were very cunning. They had carried out many operations before, but they had not been able to destroy the Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe. At most, they had only killed some of the weaker Snow Sky Wolf demons. But now, Kong Shinmu and Ran Ran had returned with the Demon King and all the demon cores of the Saint Demons. Without a doubt, the Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe had been destroyed. The Dragon Martial Army could deal with the remaining ordinary Snow Sky Wolf demons. Originally, due to the existence of the Demon King and Saint Demons, the Dragon Martial Army could not act separately. Once the other party found an opportunity to attack them one by one, the losses would be too great. But now that the Demon King and Saint Demons were dead, the ordinary Dragon Martial Army could go after the remaining Snow Sky Wolf demons. Immediately after, the Floating Dragon Country's Dragon Martial Army issued an order to hunt down the Snow Sky Wolf demon tribe and gave them many rewards. As for Kong Shinmu, he returned to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy with the 9 demon cores as spoils of war. 9 spoils of war monster cores were very precious resources to Jiang Shenwu. If he were to swallow these monster cores at a critical moment, he would be able to instantly recover. Although he had already cultivated the Dark Dragon Filth controlling skill, there was still a process to recover. However, devouring the demon cores to recover did not require any process. It could directly restore Kong Shinmu to his peak state. As for using it for cultivation, it was not of much use. Kong Shinmu put away the 9 demon cores and went to collect the experience points rewarded for this mission. The experience points rewarded for this mission were already quite a lot. After all, it was a mission that only students in the Yuheng district could receive. But for Kong Shinmu's needs, it was still too little. Chapter 4306. High-grade origin skills were not that easy to obtain. Although Kong Shinmu and Ran Ran had obtained quite a few experience points from completing the tempering mission, equivalent to what Kong Shinmu would have obtained in 7 days. However, he was still far from being able to exchange for a high-grade origin dragon martial technique. If Kong Shinmu maintained his efficiency in completing the tempering mission, he would need about 6 months before he could exchange for a high-grade origin dragon martial technique. This was already quite efficient. After all, his tempering mission this time was to exterminate the Snow Sky Wolf demonic race in the Floating Dragon Country. Normal Dragon Martial Academy students would not dare to go. Even if they did, they would form a team and not go alone like Kong Shinmu. If they formed a team of at least 10 people, even if all 10 of them completed the tempering mission, they would not be able to obtain many experience points. This kind of efficiency could be said to be unique to Kong Shinmu. However, the only problem was that this kind of tempering mission that suited Kong Shinmu and allowed him to complete it efficiently was not very common. Kong Shinmu would not be so lucky every time and encounter this kind of tempering mission. Thus, 6 months was only a conservative estimate. If he really wanted to exchange for a high-grade origin dragon martial technique, he would probably need at least half a year, or even a year. If I want to increase my speed, it seems like I can only go to the Beast Abyss. Kong Shinmu frowned slightly. In the Beast Abyss, one could kill all kinds of demonic beasts to obtain their demonic cores and exchange them for experience points. There were also some natural treasures that could be used to exchange for experience points. However, the Beast Abyss was very dangerous. On one hand, there were many powerful demonic beasts, and on the other hand, there was competition from the other Dragon Martial Academy students. Putting aside the other Draconic Martial Academies, even his own Draconic Martial Academy might make a move at some point in time. In any case, the situation in the Beast Abyss was quite complicated. With Kong Shinmu's current strength, he might not be able to protect himself if he entered. What was worth mentioning was that every Dragon Martial Academy student could only enter the Beast Abyss a limited number of times. Every student could only enter once a month. If every student encountered danger in the Beast Abyss, they could use their respective academies' transportation formation to teleport back to the academy. For example, Donghuang Yangwu Academy had the Eastern Emperor formation, and Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy had the Emperor Shi formation. When teleporting to the Beast Abyss, everyone would have a formation imprint appear on their wrist. This imprint would immediately teleport the student back to the academy. There would often be students who would return to the academy with heavy injuries. Those who returned were injured during the competition at the Beast Abyss. If every student could only enter the Beast Abyss once a month, Jiang Shenwu would like to go and take a look. After all, his safety was guaranteed. However, they had to pay a certain amount of experience points to enter. Moreover, the amount of experience points needed to be paid was not small. If Jiang Shenwu wanted to enter once, he would have used up all the experience points he had gained from exterminating the Snow Sky Wolf Demon clan. Kang Xinmu thought about it. Although he was not very strong, he should be able to protect himself if he went to a more complicated place. Should he try it out? Kang Xinmu thought about it. Although he was not very strong, it should not be a problem for him to stay alive if he went to a more complicated place, right? Should he give it a try? After Kang Xinmu separated from Ran Ran, he went back and thought about it for the whole night. In the end, he decided to give it a try at the Beast Abyss. It was not a big deal to lose the experience points he had earned from one trip. More importantly, there might be better opportunities in the Beast Abyss to earn more experience points. Especially for a dragon martial artist like Kang Xinmu who could challenge those of a higher level, it was the best battlefield. If his cultivation level was higher, the demonic beasts would run away when they saw him, and it would be more difficult for him to kill them. However, his cultivation level seemed to be very low. This would make the demonic beasts look down on him and attack him. In this way, the possibility of Kang Xinmu killing them would be very high. Anyway, it was not suitable for Ran Ran to go to the Beast Abyss. Kang Xinmu decided to go and see the situation first. The experience points she had obtained this time were not a small amount for Ran Ran. She used 1/3 of the experience points to exchange for a lot of natural treasures for cultivation. She planned to raise her cultivation level again. In addition, her main problem now was that her defensive dragon martial technique was not up to par. She planned to complete some simple experience missions and accumulate some experience points. Then, she would exchange them for a body-refining dragon martial skill. Similar to Kang Xinmu's chaotic dragon body. That's right, she was also planning to cultivate a body-refining dragon martial technique. Although her innate ability was not as strong as Jiang Shenwu's devouring power, she already had a high-grade origin source dragon martial technique, the Dark Dragon Imperial Filth technique. If she were to combine it with a body-refining dragon martial technique, she would at least be able to maintain an invincible position. Although her destructive power was slightly lower now, she could rely on her super recovery ability to drag out some strong existences until they died. After all, the power of a dragon martial artist and demonic beast was limited. If they continued to fight, the final winner would definitely be Ran Ran. Of course, Ran Ran also had to cultivate some stronger body-refining dragon martial techniques. Otherwise, if the other party wanted to run when they were exhausted, she would not be able to catch up. The improvement of a dragon martial artist's strength was definitely not achieved in one step. It was a process. It was not easy to take care of all aspects. Ran Ran could only work on her defense to ensure that she did not die. Kang Xinmu was simpler. His devouring power was not only useful for defense, but it also had a strange offensive ability. Kang Xinmu was looking forward to devouring the power of Nirvana, which would eventually transform into devouring the power of Samsara. This power would probably become even more terrifying. The Samsara realm was still a little far away from him. The problem now was that as long as he had enough experience points, he could quickly increase his cultivation level and strength. Yuheng District is the real beginning of Dragon Martial Academy. Kang Xinmu sighed. After making his decision, he headed to the Emperor Shi formation. After making his choice on the experience stone tablet, he could directly pass through the Emperor Shi formation and obtain the Emperor Shi seal, then head to the Beast Abyss. He did not tell anyone that he would head to the Beast Abyss, and he did not meet any other students along the way. After a flash of white light, the power of the Emperor Shi formation took him through the void, instantly heading to an extremely distant place. This place might not even be on the Dragon Martial continent. Chapter 4307. When Jiang Shenwu appeared in the middle of the towering forest, he immediately looked around with a nervous expression. After all, this was his first time in the Beast Abyss. Kang Xinmu did not know what kind of existence there was, and whether he would encounter a very powerful beast. However, he soon realized that he was worrying too much. As he appeared, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. It seemed that many small animals or beasts were fleeing in all directions. They all felt Kang Xinmu's aura, so they did not hesitate to flee. For these small animals and small demonic beasts, Jiang Shenwu's aura was no different from that of a god of death. They were too weak, and if they encountered any dragon martial artist who was qualified to come to the Beast Abyss, only death awaited them. They had no power to resist. In reality, the dragon warrior students would not kill these small things so casually. This was because killing these small beasts did not give any experience points, so naturally no one would bother. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that some bored and cruel dragon warrior students or other beasts would come to this area and raise their butcher knives against these small beasts. Therefore, out of vigilance, when they sensed Jiang Shenwu's aura, they immediately hid themselves. Kang Xinmu was also very careful. He appeared in the forest, and after sensing the aura of the small things around him, he heaved a sigh of relief. This at least meant that there should not be any powerful existence nearby. After all, if there were powerful beasts, then these small things would not have been so relaxed before he arrived. This made Kang Xinmu temporarily relax. He took a deep breath and discovered that the air in this forest seemed to be filled with endless spiritual energy. The density of the spiritual energy was at least double that of the outside world. Even if he only cultivated here, his cultivation level would increase twice as fast as it would in the outside world. Towering ancient forest. When Kang Xinmu raised his head to look at the sky, he discovered that in the sky, among the white clouds, there were these words faintly visible. It seemed that this meant that he was currently in the towering ancient forest. There are words in the sky. What does this mean? Kang Xinmu's expression changed and his brows furrowed. The entire Beast Abyss was for the students of the Dragon Martial Academy to train. This meant that it was a joint effort of the 4 Dragon Martial Academy's supreme dragons. There might not be anyone monitoring the entire Beast Abyss, but it was very likely that it was no longer within the territory of the Martial Dragon continent. That was because it was said that it was impossible for other dragon martial artists to enter this place. It was a place specially set up. From this, it could be seen that this place was very likely to be in existence independent of the Martial Dragon continent. The 4 ancient words that appeared in the sky should be a hint of their location. It said that when students are teleported to the Beast Abyss, they will not appear in a specific location, but at random. That's why there are signs in the sky. Kang Xinmu thought about it and did not dwell on it too much. In any case, it was impossible for him to fly to the sky to see what was going on with those 4 ancient words. In this towering ancient forest, no one knew if there were any powerful demonic beasts. If he flew out of the ancient forest and into the sky, he might provoke some undefeatable beings. He carefully walked through the towering ancient forest. Before he came, he had looked at some of the students' experiences in the Beast Abyss, so he had some understanding. In the Beast Abyss, there were some places with natural treasures. Students could absorb them themselves or exchange them for experience points. In short, the appearance of natural treasures was one of the students' main rewards. Usually, natural treasures would be guarded by some powerful demonic beasts. If they could kill that demonic beast, the natural treasures would belong to the students, and the rewards would definitely be great. Even if they could not kill it, with a team, some of them could restrain the demonic beast while others went to collect the natural treasures. In any case, the entire beast abyss was very big, and there were many natural treasures. Even if the students kept collecting them, there would still be a large portion left. After all, only the Dragon Martial Academy's students could enter the beast abyss, and there were only a few hundred of them. In that case, the possibility of meeting other students in the beast abyss is not high. Most of the time, it was a battle of wits and courage between students and demonic beasts. Kang Xinmu walked forward slowly. He did not have a goal now, so he could only take it one step at a time. Furthermore, he could not transform into a divine dragon and move around. After all, that would cause too much of a commotion, and he would be easily discovered by some terrifying beings. It seems like it's morning in the beast abyss now, about the same time as in the Dragon Martial continent. Kang Xinmu estimated, but did not pay much attention to it. He walked forward slightly, his movements extremely gentle, and there was no movement. "Little guy, are you still there?" Kang Xinmu whispered. He realized that many small demonic beasts did not even notice his existence. As long as he was in the shadow of the ancient forest, he seemed to be invisible. This surprised him a little, so he guessed that the Nightmare Ink beast had followed him. Kang Xinmu's whisper did not cause any commotion, but there was a slight change in his shadow, which let him know that the Nightmare Ink beast had really followed him. He was instantly filled with confidence. With the Nightmare Ink beast around, a place like the towering ancient forest was like his backyard. Because of the Nightmare Ink beast's assistance, Kang Xinmu could also conceal himself in the shadows. Although he could not completely conceal himself, he could still reduce his aura to the minimum. So now that Kang Xinmu was moving slowly, even when small demonic beasts walked in front of him, they did not notice his existence. In this state of concealment, Kang Xinmu's advantage was too great. Not bad. Kang Xinmu felt very comfortable. He stretched out his hand, and casually grabbed a small demonic beast that looked like a squirrel. This fellow was instantly shocked when it was grabbed by the neck. It squeaked twice and struggled. Kang Xinmu casually let it go and continued forward. The towering ancient forest was filled with giant trees that required dozens of people to encircle. There were many shadows, so Kang Xinmu's ability to conceal himself was very strong. After walking for a long time, Kang Xinmu did not find any large demonic beasts, nor did he find any traces of natural treasures. He could not help but feel a little depressed. But to want to reap a harvest so quickly, it was indeed not so easy. He slowly moved forward, and gradually, he seemed to have entered the depths of the towering ancient forest. The surrounding tree trunks became thicker and thicker, and the environment became more and more serene. Chapter 4308. When he reached the depths of the towering ancient forest, Kang Xinmu knew that he had reached a more dangerous place. In the beast abyss, danger also meant gain, but it could also mean that all his previous efforts would be wasted. At a critical moment, Emperor Shi's formation could take him away instantly, but this also meant that he would gain nothing and waste a considerable amount of experience points. Moreover, he could not enter the beast abyss again this month, which was equivalent to a huge blow to his cultivation process. As he continued to go deeper into the towering ancient forest, he became more and more cautious. Although he walked in the shadows, the presence of the Nightmare Ink beast made his aura almost undetectable. But when he walked, the sound he made was difficult to conceal. If someone had a slightly sensitive sense of hearing, they would still be able to detect his approach. Jiang Shenwu could only try his best to move forward as quietly as possible. He followed the path where there were no thorns, all the way until he reached the depths of the towering ancient forest. When he raised his head, he could no longer see the four ancient characters in the sky. Kang Xinmu did not pay too much attention to it. He listened to the beast roars coming from ahead. While he was somewhat on guard, he also faintly looked forward to it. He sensed that it seemed to be the aura of a demon king. Moreover, it was a powerful demon king that had already stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm. Such an existence must be guarding a very good treasure. It is said that the demonic beasts in the beast abyss are all individuals, not groups. If there is only one demon king that has just stepped into the reincarnation tribulation realm, then I might still be able to deal with it, but I need to prepare in advance. Kang Shinmu's chaotic dragon body and devouring nirvana power allowed him to defeat the strong even though he was weak. The key was to find out the actual situation of the demon king. Now that he was too far away, he could not hear clearly just by listening. He could only wait until he got closer to take a closer look. He could not relax during this process. If he was discovered in advance, it was very likely that Kang Shinmu would have to face an even more vigilant demon king, which would definitely be more difficult to deal with. However, as Kang Shinmu continued to get closer, he quickly discovered that the demon king did not seem to be roaring randomly. Instead, it seemed to be fighting. The other party was in the midst of an intense battle. As the beast roared, Kang Shinmu sensed that the sounds of the battle ahead were getting more and more intense. Kang Shinmu narrowed his eyes. This situation was absolutely good news for him. Perhaps he could pick up a bargain. The demon king was in an intense battle. Whether it was fighting with other dragon warrior students or other demonic beasts, Kang Shinmu might be able to take the opportunity to gain some benefits. While his opponent was still fighting, Kang Shinmu quickened his footwork. In any case, with the help of the Nightmare Ink beast, his aura in the shadows was close to non-existent. Very few existences could discover his presence. Even if there was someone with a strong sense of hearing, they wouldn't be able to tell what was approaching. It was most likely just some small demonic beasts. Without any hesitation, Kang Shinmu quickly moved forward and soon stopped beside a shadow. When he stopped, his heart almost stopped beating. Because he discovered that what appeared in front of him in this towering ancient forest was actually a very deep abyss. At the bottom of the abyss was a bottomless cold pond. The Demon King's roar was coming from the cold pond. It's the Demon King under the water. Kang Shinmu's expression changed slightly. After a dragon warrior transformed into a dragon, they all had the ability to fight underwater. But if they fought underwater, unless they were a dragon warrior with water attribute talent, their battle strength would be somewhat reduced. If it was said that he was able to defeat the Demon King, he might not be the opponent under the water. And most importantly, he discovered that the other party was fighting under the cold pond. He couldn't see the battle clearly at all. If he rashly entered, it was very likely that he would be attacked by both parties. But he was not willing to give up this opportunity. He gritted his teeth and temporarily prepared in the shadow of the giant tree beside the cold pond. He planned to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No matter who was fighting fiercely with the Demon King under the cold pond, he planned to appear after the battle was almost over and see if he could snatch something. If the Dragon Warrior students won, he would be able to leave immediately after going down. He didn't want to fight with other students for heaven and earth treasures. If he became enemies, it wouldn't be good for him in the future. Anyway, he didn't lack heaven and earth treasures. Soon, as he listened, he discovered that the situation seemed to be very favorable to him. The Demon King he was most concerned about seemed to be the roar of a snake demon king. This kind of demon king was extremely powerful under the water and wasn't easy to deal with. But the good news was that the Demon King's roar was getting weaker and weaker, as if it had suffered a very serious injury. More importantly, Kang Shinmu also heard the roars of other demon beasts coming from the bottom of the cold pond. He couldn't tell what kind, but there was definitely more than one. It seems that there are many other demon beasts attacking the Snake Demon King together. Kang Shinmu narrowed his eyes and thought. He had been waiting in the shadow of the shore above the cold pond. The two parties fighting fiercely in the cold pond didn't notice Kong Shinmu's arrival. They were fighting at the bottom of the cold pond, so much so that even the water of the cold pond was dyed blood red. The sounds of the fierce battle below were getting quieter and quieter. It seemed that all the nearby demon beasts had come over to participate in this fierce battle. There were no other demon beasts within a radius of tens of miles. Otherwise, Kong Shinmu would have sensed the other party's aura long ago. In other words, now was the best time for Kong Shinmu to take advantage of the situation. The sounds of the fierce battle at the bottom of the cold pond finally dissipated very quickly. The roars of the demon beasts also quickly quieted down. The battle seemed to have ended just like that. The cold pond was dyed with blood and looked extremely terrifying. But Kong Shinmu felt that there seemed to be a treasure emitting rich heaven and earth spiritual qi under the cold pond. The demon beasts were probably fighting because of that treasure. It's time to take action. I'll leave after I snatch the treasure. Kong Shinmu made up his mind. He finally transformed into a dragon at this moment and rushed towards the bottom of the cold pond. The dragon martial technique, extreme shadow flowing light, burst out. In an instant, it rushed into the cold pond and seemed to have alarmed the powerful existence in the cold pond. A roar of a demon beast came out from the bottom of the cold pond. The blood water of the whole cold pond was stirred up. But Kong Shinmu didn't have any hesitation. The 4,000 to 5,000 feet long black dragon suddenly rushed into the cold pond. He saw that in the deep blood water of the cold pond, there were many corpses of demon beasts. In the middle of those corpses, there was an incomparably huge scaled snake. Its body was covered with wounds. When Kong Shinmu came down, it attacked him.